Yep. Sebelum nonton master kita main dulu. Ini bisa 2 game ya. Tuh kalau nggak tolok tulis masa kemungkinan tuh dapat smoker cok. Paling males dapat smoker. Kita full sentinel kali. Masalah sebenarnya buat smoke kan. Oh gun body ini Ray. Baru mau lihat tuh kill bannernya kayak emak ayam. Bisa. Kita tolak-tolak peduli ayam ya kan. Lah masih gading serpong. Gading serpong. Kasih Tangerang. Kabupaten Tangerang. Jaksel katanya. Serpong dan dengan Serpong. BSD Serpong dan dengan Serpong. Ya, ini bedanya BSD Serpong dan Gading Serpong. Bumi Serpong Damai atau BSD, Mandiri Terencana yang berlokasi di Kabupaten Serpong. Kalau Serpong kecamatan. Gading Serpong berbeda dengan Serpong. Gading Serpong berada di wilayah administrasi Kabupaten Tangerang, Kecamatan Kelapa Dua. Oh, ini sebelah-sebelahan nih. Nggak ada race, saya nggak ada sofa, berarti yang pakai bom. Ya ampun, kenapa situ disemok si kambing ini? Mir dong cok.
player standing.
Kawan-kawan mirdom ini.
They're going to scatter.
Tutururu. Nah, udah paling benar sih bom sini dibanding sini. Ini kan bisa yang sini gitu. Ya ampun. Ya ampun. Bisa lah pistol dong, bisa menang, Cok. Gue nembak gak ada yang kena kayaknya.
Forge us a path, Sky. I'll be right behind you.
Nembakku nggak jelas ya, aneh ya. Oke, reload nih. Dua magazine cuma 6 doang kena.
Time to mobilize.
5 ke sofa berarti ya. Ah, udah pergi semua. Ya ampun. Emang belum terus saya tol ini gak guna.
I know exactly where you are.
Ya Tuhan, Tuhan.
Seconds left. I have the spike.
Ya gerak nih orang, Cok. Bikin pusing. Orang mirdongan. Lama lagi nih orang becet, Pak.
I'm no doctor, but I can patch a bullet hole or two. Let me know if you need healing.
Emang trap
Let's
sini
go
dulu
A,
gitu.
bro.
Oh, ke A kata dia. Let's go A, let's go A. Ini. Na. Jalan kaki lu anjing, mau kemana sih jalan kaki, bro? Anjing ya Tuhan. Ya ampun.
standing.
Anyone have any splints? I may have jammed my fingers. Multiple fingers.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, done. Reloading. They think they put us in the dirt. They're gonna find out we weren't buried.
Nah, udah cok. Itu dari market dia cok.
Let's flush them out.
Ya ampun, 4-4 cok.
Precision kill.
Heal.
Grenade!
Ya ampun, beneran ada di situ cok.
Found
Lawan flank.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Shadows traveling, stealing sight.
We know what we're doing. Trust each other and we'll be fine.
Rest.
Reloading.
Nah,
Rest.
apaan? Taskin lagi. Nah, just.
Here's my copy.
I know exactly where you are.
Ya ampun. Gua kira dia mundur loh. Ulti gitu harus mundur ya. Ini maju cok.
Last player standing.
Dah.
Time to stock back up.
Daisy, what's your WeChat?
Find the weak point and break it.
Lah, siapa coba yang sembunyi di sini lah? Dengan bodohnya, cuma nggak ngerti gue.
My ult's
Nggak ada sih kepalanya. Nggak ngerti.
spike carrier's down.
Spike down B.
Ya ampun, gak mati dong. Lah nggak ada, nggak ngepick dia. Ya ampun, udah situ ternyata.
One enemy remaining.
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
Ok, mi gente, háblame. If you were one of those radiant...
Nggak jelas loh. Di smoke lagi masih kampret. Bodoh ini enggak ada sih kepalanya. Ya ada trap situ cok. Ampun.
Player standing.
We're here because we're
Dia
the
cok,
best.
cocok kamu 17 kill.
Any of you forget that.
Langsung di smoke lah si bodoh ini, nggak ngerti. Bener-bener di kepalanya nggak ada.
I know exactly where you are.
Last player standing.
Another fight? Clean slate. Let's leave whatever happened in the past.
Ah.
It begins.
Udah di smoke lagi ya yang sebelum. Bener-bener bodoh itu. Oh aja. Ada lagi nih, Cok.
Spike carrier's down.
Ya ampun, gak kena dong.
B.
Ya elah.
Spike drop.
Last player standing. Last round before the switch.
Spend those creds before we lose them.
Aduh.
Let's make some chaos.
Nggak ada lagi, cuma pick kampret.
I have
Udah.
satchel up.
The fuck?
Professor.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Nah,
Switching sides.
Stand tall. We are VALORANT. We are fighters.
Reloading.
Welcome back. I can feel it.
serius ini kayaknya.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Enemy spotted B.
Reloading. My burden never ends.
I'm buying.
Together.
Balik sini tuh. Gua di mid dia. Gua balik sini. Ah, dia.
Going A.
One enemy remaining.
Nah. Gimana? Hei. Masang lu.
Take break, guys.
Udah wallbang ya?
Grenade.
Have any patches?
Wallbang itu nih. Kok satu cuma nanya? Oke, plus tapi kalau mix lagi cuy ini. Ya lah, nggak cuy.
Spike planted.
Grenade.
Ya ampun, nggak ada otak ini orang cuy. Nah, 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 nah.
Last player standing.
Ya ampun, lagi ngambil senjata gue.
Match point.
No kan? Oh tapi masih persatu, masih persatu. Kambing. Ada laki lah itu, Cok. Bangsat lah. Nah.
I know exactly where you are.
Ya ampun.
Spike planted. Flawless. Attackers win.
Ah. Sembilan tujuh, ini bisa 2 game sih ini. Aduh, dapat tim tuh mirdong mulu, Cok. Dapet trio blow on, ngerti. Mabok lempox. Nik apa aja gitu. Nik apa itu kambing mabok lempox. Wah. Betul. Kalau mainin itu jangan pernah ini, Cok. Jangan pernah match MVP gitu-gitu. Pasti di nextnya dapat tim mirdong kan. Itu orang-orang blow on. Gue mau ngapain ya? Ya ayalah telat. Asen, siapa ya? Jet.
Let's go.
Platypus. Ya pernah dengar platypus. Tapi ini kopian gitu. Z, orang Indo nih ini. Hai Odel, siapa lu goblok? Ini kayaknya dia tahu Odel kayaknya. Platypus FPS. Lah, kambing nggak ada. Ah. Ini orang Indo dah. Bacot. Tuh kan? Dia tahu Odell. Berapa lama sih ikut master? Puluh 9 menit. Masih game doang paling bisanya ya. Gak bisa main lagi coy ini. Bisa 2 game. 9 ini setengah jam lebih. 19 menit main segame.
Don't be afraid. I've gone through rifts before.
Kalau TDG sih. Kangkung makan. Ah, sniper cok. Dari mid kali ya. Sniper lagi ayam. Bener-bener ya. Jadi banyak pemakai sniper saja. Ada ngepick kayaknya nih ya. Set pick. Aduh nggak ada cok. Lah elah nggak ada bro.
Waduh, kau Odel.
Doru cok.
Right there.
Cypher di B, cok.
Right there.
Good.
Placing sentry. Enemy in defense.
Di kiri. Udah muter masih aja mati si Renan Bir dong ya kan.
Last player standing.
Ada. Kalau muter masih mati sih mending tadi maju langsung mid deh ya. Lama-lama aja muter.
It is difficult,
Cuma satu doang, cok. Trapnya.
but not impossible. I can do it.
Sekarang bakal kasih kayaknya.
Look out for their rift walker. Alarm bot out.
Pick lu. Ayo enggak ada, cok. Ya elah enggak ngepick. One way ayam.
Placing sentry.
Buset di one way, cok. Gimana ceritanya nih?
Right here.
Oh di one way gini. Ya ampun di smoke lagi kambing. Di wall situ. Ya elah. Oh lo. Oh, di atas wall deh, cok. Turun, cok. Nggak mungkin naik lagi kan ya? Step. Nge-flash.
Right here.
Ya ampun. Ya ampun, dua, cok. Di kanan.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Muncul musuhnya, cok. Gak ada ngepick gitu ya. Kabi kali ya.
Reina, just stay in your lane.
Kabi ya.
Reloading.
Oh, Astrat smoke gua, cok. Tadi yang smoke mid dia ternyata si kambing ya. Gua kira musuh kan. Gercep banget smoke. Bahkan harus ngelawan teman sendiri tuh. Yang gini lah kalau solo player. Di smoke lah, teman sendiri dong di smoke. Nggak ngerti gua. Ada bodohnya, cok. Hari-hari solo player. Wah, nyampe, cok. Aduh, nggak mau. Ya ampun.
Healer down.
Na 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 na. Ah, kan. Gua ngeliat nggak nongol gitu.
Seconds left.
Is dead.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Shock dart.
Have I told you you're okay?
Mati
You're
kan,
okay,
cok.
fam.
Ya ampun. Bener-bener cok. Ini nggak ada otaknya bro, nggak ngerti gue cok. Di semua hari-hari ini. Di hari orang lagi ngepick ke Madrid di semua. Gak ada cok. Yoro mati. Oh ya. Ya ampun mati gue. Oh itu dia ya. Oh entry. Peduli ayam man.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Got one.
Nah.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, nice.
Nah.
My genius doesn't stop in the lab. My ultimate is ready. Alright, I take back what I said about those bots. They're pretty good.
Makanya nggak langsung pick, tapi harus agak tunggu dulu cok.
Sebut tuh.
5 detik lah ya. Nah. Kita tunggu 5 detik baru kita swing.
Keep up.
Satu, 2, 3, 4, 5. Set. Nggak ada cok. Bener kambing. Nggak ada cok. Nongol dia.
Obscuring fit concealment. Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
Kambing.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
I'm all enemies. I got
Nah.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Orang ngapain dijawab? Langsung pick dia cuy, langsung pick bisa. Set. Nah, udah nggak bakal nge-pick lagi dia. Cuy. Udah gentar tuh. Mana nih? Kambing nggak? Ya ampun di smoke masih mirdong cok. Ya Tuhan.
Garing. Tuh.
Masih kawan cok di smoke. Ya, ada step sini.
Last player standing.
Gila gue ngepick sempit banget ya. Masih gitu tadi. Sebahu dong gue bisanya. Ah, pas. Mid. Ampun. Gua kira mundur loh dia cok, karena kagak ya. Nah, Tidak menyangka.
Placing sentry. Placing alarm bot.
27 cok. Oh yang beneran itu ya. Banget kan nih. Turnamen lu ya. Tinggal maju mati ya. Next round.
30 seconds left.
Covering it. Covering it.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Ngapain sih gak ngerti gue aja. Bener-bener main ke orang belum menang.
I hate to say it,
Ih
but
mau suren aneh.
best to play as a team.
Oke ya.
What's the plan?
Entry. Ya ngeting terus aja lu. Peduli aneh. Ngetik banyakin.
Let's go.
Musuhnya nggak ngepick cok aneh. Main-main off angle kami di link gua. Tepat ya si ayam ini.
Bos. Deploying drone.
Mana.
Need that back.
Last player standing.
Masih di mayat ini Astra masih gelap ini.
I call you Kale because it means you're my friend. But maybe I should call you
Gara-gara nyerong apa ya? Leca. Oh ini leca. Ya ampun kena mulu cok. Ini semua ngomong gak sih? Keren aja cok. Lihatnya terlalu bodoh anjay. Si paling ngetik aneh.
Reloading.
Kalau 350 juta sekolah mana cok? Kalau jadi 350 juta mir domat. Menurut lagi ini blowonan.
Right here.
मेरे के मेरे काहे कमा गया लेचा
I have the spike.
oh party nih cok.
blocking
I can see
30 seconds left.
nih paling anchor cok. Kalau mau anchor jangan di situ blow on.
Enemy remaining.
Bener City sih dari situ.
Death is cold.
मेरे कन्ने कमिता है कि मैं गया kambing. Suram kah abang? Wah ini suram banget cok. Hari-hari main Paul surang. Nah. Di kiri dia cok kampak. Bisa dong.
Placing swarm.
Ya ampun. Kak, deket dia cok.
I need a stop. Concealment.
Oh.
I'm obscuring vision.
Down. Spike down A.
Reloading. Power pa.
Have flash or no?
One enemy remaining.
Wih, udah menang cok anjing, akhirnya udah mulai dapet
Out of charges.
dapat tempo nih teman-temanku nih.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Merel kene kimetahe kimwegea lecha go ini lecha.
Don't overthink it. That's my job. Turret out.
Ya ampun,
Enemy spotted.
mati mulu gua cok, ya ampun, gak nyangka.
My ult's ready.
Flash.
Sih, sengaja.
One enemy remaining.
Ini demi kecepatan ya.
Nice.
Bukan, anjir, udah jago cok tim gua cok.
Last round in the half.
Merel kene kimetahe kimegea. Berapa sih? 11 kurang 2, 9. Top request 10, 8 nih. Oke. 2S cukup. Ini paling 2S aneh.
Keep up.
Nah.
One more.
Ngapain anjing line up?
Rotate. You
Si masih latihan kayaknya dia. Hero-nya line up anjing. Kok mati dia?
Sorry.
Kok mati paling di belakang ya?
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Kok Renanya mati ya? Ini lucu cuy. Paling di belakang.
Switching sides.
Stay taut as a
Anjing lock banget.
Okay.
Di belakang ya kan?
Wait.
Anjing lock banget itu ya. Tiga flash cok. Sentinel main lambat nih kayaknya musuhnya nih.
From this.
Nggak kan untung gue cepetin aja. Ini kalah nih. Udah setengah 10. Oh 4 situ cok. Sayur dong nggak ada. Rudungnya nggak kelihatan. Oh di situ aja. Ya ampun, jago banget tim gua cok. Di carry kayak gini nih.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine. And I will kill you.
No, can't you see? You belong to me. Dia yang ngancurin.
Mid.
Ya ampun. Gue mengincar pala, cok. Palanya gecko tadi, kuning gitu. Sumpah bodoh banget anjay. Gila ngetik anjay.
Enemy spotted
Ah,
Last player standing.
ngapain dismiss aja? Oke, gila, jago. Ketemu sama tim Indo toxic parah. Lah. Gue sih nggak peduli juga sih bro. Karena gue yang penting main tuh kelar selesai. Salah, cepat kelar. Sih kalau dapat Indo toxic lu malah demen. Jadi mending sengajain gitu kan. Main Mirdom, ngoceh-ngoceh, lucu aja. Ini gara-gara ngetik aja cok, jadi mas gue ngeladin ini. Kalau dia ngomong sih gue ladinin. Misalnya ngetik mulu kan, jadi nggak dapet feelnya. Berarti mau pick di mid mending ya. Mereka dari mid top semua cok.
Take flight.
Too short. Too short.
Udah 25 menit lagi cok. Mulai turnamen. Ada yang kanan tuh cok, sayang banget ya.
Spike planted.
Ada.
Last player standing.
Kami. Tapi di midnya di smoke ya.
Wind, show me where to go.
Bener. Kayaknya sih di smoke nih boleh. You belong with me. Itu yang lagu Taylor yang kalau orang lamar dia. Gara-gara konser kemarin tuh TikTok gue sih begitu. Anjir, swing jauh cok. Gak nyangka gue.
Scanning ahead.
Ya? Terus gini sama cok.
Spike planted.
Ay, corazón.
Careful. One win.
Main.
remaining.
One defuse.
Lama cok kalau menang kampret.
Ace.
Serius gaming nih orang nih. NML GB XWS salah kambing.
They're just batteries.
Serius gaming dia cok aneh. Ini masih ngobrol-ngobrol ini. Yuk, masih ngobrol-ngobrol.
Oke, thank you.
You belong with me. You belong with me. Ini dia cok. Ya nggak maju dia. Ah kambing lah. Mana? Nggak kena cok.
Spike down B.
Bak apa gue?
Oh, City.
Spike
Kambing.
Right there.
last player standing.
Scanning ahead.
Lewat.
Enemy down. Concentrate.
Oh sayang banget cok.
My people, are you ready? Cultivate a sense of calm.
Taken by Sheriff. Request Rena.
Ngobrol cok. Kedengeran ya masang turret situ ya? Ini mid top dong? Ya nggak ada cok.
You will not kill my allies.
Oh lagi cuma tuh Marshall tuh
Spike down A.
udah ke stage.
Player standing.
Kenapa bang? Telat satu.
Match point.
Enemies close. Eyes up.
Ah, ah. Ya ampun, udah maju cok.
Info.
Spike planted.
Eyes down.
Ya ampun semuknya. Nanti kita nonton Twitch.
On in smoke.
Right here. Shot down. We managed. Shot down.
Last player standing.
Kok salah menang nah gitu. Thank you aneh.
Attackers win.
Lama cok. Udah mau mulai nih.
was never
parah.
easy. It was always right before they were kicked out of the tournament that they were able to push through and make it to playoffs.
Yeah, it really felt like their
Guys, berapa,
confidence
Cok?
was faltering.
2-3.
Players not going for the fights they
Ya
normally
ampun.
would, and then it got to the point where players are kind of taking risks,
Udah
going
mulai
off on their
kayaknya
own,
nih,
and just getting picked apart by Gen G.
Wait.
But it was a different story. Map 1 of that series, we saw this squad going out and looking excellent, playing against a Gen G that admittedly was looking pretty weak on that icebox, but players like Nobody in particular were excellent there.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the difference when we have
Isi lampu.
Nobody showing up, and actually showing up is massive. I feel like he feels so comfortable when he's in the sky. I think that he was one of the main reasons that they were able to close this split in the way that it was happening. We know that Kankan is
11 menit,
explosive.
aneh.
We know of the aim of this guy.
Tiga
But
bis.
actually when they make
Harus
the
main juga
utility
cuma,
fall
Cok.
into place at the right time, you see the EDG
That
that
backline
makes a
support,
dream.
when that backline support has his back,
Exactly,
ooh boy.
exactly. It's not, you don't feel like you're crazy supporting this team just because they
Kemarin
come from China,
PRX
they
tuh
do this
kayak
crazy
ayam.
things.
Yeah, for EDG, they play a
Beres.
very slow style. They build up on their attack sides around Kong Kong, around setting him up for a pick.
Yeah,
But that
sini
means there's a
kosong,
lot of
Cok.
feast or famine about him. And
Yeah.
if he doesn't get that
A lot
opener,
of what?
feast or famine. Sometimes they be feasting, sometimes
They
they
be famine.
they be
I
famine.
love learning.
I don't like saying be feminine like that. But yeah, when they're putting him in these positions where he's taking risks, always taking these opening kills, you really need to see the rest of the team kind of step up. And for me, when they were in those man down situations, when Kong Kong wasn't getting them that opener, that's where their fundamentals were falling apart, where they were taking these individual risks. Because in the past, we've seen an EDG that's actually really good at still finding the advantageous fight in these late rounds and saving these moments, even when Kong Kong dies. But what was wild was that they lost despite the fact that Kong Kong was playing like this. Like, it was ridiculous how good this guy was.
It's very clear that like when that support system is behind Kong Kong, right?
Yeah.
It can make magic
Oh, nonton nih, Cok, lawan
You
Genji.
really need that to be consistent.
menang Genji, Cok,
Punish
kampret.
that.
Yeah, exactly. I think that going back also to those fundamentals that Loud is going to be punished, and I think
Salah
How
tuh,
Dong
dia
has
juara
given us
di
a very good tournament. Probably
Pacific.
not the other day, but the previous one, the first that they played, it was
Kalau Loud
amazing. If we
menang
take a look at the
lawan
head-to-head between the two duelists, between Kankan and Quake, I
Yeah,
think most of the
EDG
questions
menang,
in
kan.
Loud this year were actually about this player. Is he going to perform the
Dan
roles that
bantai-bantai,
he
Cok,
the
ternyata.
agents
Split
that
berisi.
he's playing? Is it going to be fit in the
13-5,
team? Well, if we
13-6,
get top Kankan, like we
Yeah.
got the other day, and we get top Quake, this can be a very, very close matchup.
But we haven't seen Top
We're still
Quick
waiting
at
for
this
Top
event,
Quick.
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we didn't really see it in Americas either. The team has continually repeated this line that he's not replacing Osbach. We're
course.
not trying to make him the same team, but you still kind of have to draw that comparison to the way the team plays.
Yeah.
They build a lot of their comps in a way where he's playing the Phoenix, playing the Yoru. They're going for these wild double or triple flash compositions. And when he's playing on those roles, it's fine to be a lot more of a role player, to take a step back, almost
Beli
be
orang
an
kacamataan,
additional,
Cok.
an additional initiator for the squad. But when they're playing maps like Breeze, which we
Apakah
saw
dia
from
minusnya
them get
3 ya?
dangerously close against FPX, we really need to see more from this guy. When you're at the pro level and you're playing a map like Breeze, your Jet really can't be double negative if you want clean wins. That was against FPX. EDG have a hell of a lot more firepower.
Exactly. When you go against teams that shoot this hard, it's something that you need to rely on. And also, when we talk about Loud, even though time has, gone by, this is the team that we always address as the world champion team. As Sen was there in the past. EG, well, that's another different story.
It's actually
And
nice
this
to
is
see.
always
Who
right?
else do we still
It's
think
like
is the world champ?
I mean,
every single time that they're on stage.
Because I think it's just the fact that like Sadak himself holds himself to like incredibly high standard, but then on top of that too, it's just like when you look at the players and who is out here, because even PaperX doesn't get that
Tim kambing ah.
respect, quote unquote, where it's
Yeah.
like
Ah.
It's like, oh, something crazy. It must have been a paper.
I think they get the respect because even though it's been 2 years since they won that championship, the core of Sadak and Les and them, and in particular to focus on Sadak, stays with this squad. He is a player that no matter the roster, no matter the team, no matter who's around him, he is a guy who is out there defining the meta with whatever version of Loud it may be, enabling young players to be their absolute best and being highly competitive at a global stage. And the thing is, they are still fundamentally Loud. What's more Loud than coming to a global event, looking really tragic in their first series, losing something no one expected them to, showing up to the second and looking utterly revived. This team has kept its identity through year after year, and that's all about Sadak.
And hear me out. I think that last year probably we got the wrong idea because of what happened in Masters Japan. To just refresh your memory, guys, what happened is that the teams that were first seed didn't have to go through that group stage, right? They got right into playoffs. But actually, it was the teams that went through the playoffs that surprised us the most. For example, EDG. Loud, the moment that they players start playing, they get, I believe it was 2-0-2-0
Yeah, it was
both times. So it's like, what is going on?
I don't even remember them there. Someone said that they were there. I was like, I don't remember.
Is that kind of effect that maybe they did not get to warm up, they did not get to get those officials together before the big action happened.
And the year they won the World Championship, it was the same thing. 0-2 at Copenhagen, going out there. That was a long time ago. But this is a Loud team who has had moments where when they're finding themselves, when they're in those early stages of development, trying to kind of put a pin on the meta, they do stumble sometimes, and that's a real opportunity for EDG.
Yeah, man, innovating's a tough job, you know, and Sodoc's been doing it for a minute now.
Not many other teams take the risks that Loud does.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more, and I think that's one of the reasons why we hold this team to such a higher standard. But for now, though, Mika Fab standing by, this time with Cowanzine, and I hope I'm right.
Hey, Cowanzine, big match coming up today, but you know, you guys have mentioned before that playing against Chinese region is quite scary. So do you still feel this way even up against EDG, you know, a team that you guys are very, very familiar with? We have Arthur here to help with some translation.
A gente quer saber o que vocês estão achando do embate que vai ser, porque já mencionaram sobre a China. E que a China seria um adversário complicado, complexo de se lidar, porém vocês vão pegar a EDG hoje, que vocês já são mais familiares, já estão meio que em casa. Qual é a sua opinião sobre?
Cara, basicamente a China é uma região muito forte e sempre um jogo difícil contra eles. Ontem, apesar de ser 2-0, foi um jogo muito difícil, foi 3-1 na Breeze. E contra a DG vai ser mais um jogo difícil, a gente perdeu uma vez para eles em Tóquio e ganhou de 2-1 a última Champions. Então vai ser um jogo muito difícil dessa vez.
Overall, China is a very complex opponent, it's hard to say. Yesterday, despite we being for 2-0, it was a very tight match overall. We do indeed have some, let's say, experience, against the DG, 1 victory, 1 loss, but we are ready and prepared.
All right, excited to see it. Good luck.
Thank you.
And of course, I expect nothing less from Loud. Just a second ago, we were talking about how this team, we always regard them top of class, honestly, because of the players that they have on the team. But what I find really fascinating is that Tuis and Cowanzine not on that championship-winning roster, but we also hold them to that standard because of what we've seen them all throughout last year. These guys were so impactful as a reason why Sodoc was
Yeah, there absolutely is a reason. It's because of his ability to develop these talents to be at the same level of those teammates that were with him when he won the championship. He imbues that into players like Tuis, like Kawa, and I think what our Loud fans are hoping for is that we can see that same development from Quick.
Yeah, exactly. And we see it regionally with them in Americas. We needed to see it back to translate it here onto the big stage. It would be nobody's surprise if they were the winners today, and it would still be considered a big upset if EDG is the one that makes it to that playoffs and Loud gets grouped in this part of the tournament.
Yeah, the standards are incredibly high, and obviously we've been talking about him the entire time here, but we got to give him his flowers a little bit more here. Sadak, the guy who calls the shots, the man with the plan, you know, and what's even great about him too, he's not just an IGL. This guy could frag with the best of them too. So it does feel like Sadak, he's going to be a big difference maker, as always in this match, Mimi.
Yeah, his game yesterday was electric, right?
Yep.
Occasionally Sadak will have a game, we talk a lot about this in Americas, where he shows up and he's like, F it, I'm gonna win, and just balls out. Yeah, and starts taking some risks, going for some individual plays, but executing on them incredibly well.
Yeah, that is what has always been a fun thing to watch with Sadak. And, you know, now I think we're wondering what else do they have up their sleeve here, because coming into this event, Breeze was the perma. We constantly saw them getting rid of that map, and then out of nowhere, they picked it, and everyone was like, what the hell? It was so confused, and they have not lost Breeze.
At the beginning, we thought that this was just a bait for the other teams to just buy into it, or maybe just leave it as a big question mark, because other teams wouldn't even consider it, thinking that this is what was going to happen. But seeing Tuis also playing on the Viper on this map, having those two showings, let's say also that they were against pretty unorthodox compositions, I still think that this needs a bigger test to actually resemble that they are very prepared. But now it's Lotus, the map that they don't want to see. And if you think about it, across all the other regions, we've seen so much Sunset. It's such a popular map that in preparation for this tournament, if there's a map that you don't feel very comfortable with, it's very like
Yeah.
we can understand why Loud decides to
Terakhir
just
gara-gara
remove it
ini
from
Yeah,
the
but what makes this even more
Mongol
interesting, though,
ini
is that yes,
salah
Loud
satu
make
timnya
those decisions, but it feels like this is a Loud that's starting to find that form again. Do you feel like that they are in a front runner position here, Mimi, to like be, well, you know, like the team that could do the thing that we always expect them to do? Top 4 performance, high placing, so on and so forth.
Not yet, but this match could prove it to me. The reason I'm still hesitant is a few things. First of all, the map pool. We've thus far only seen from the maps they were playing the Phoenix Breach back in Americas. We've only seen the Ascent, which they changed to gold, still looked shaky. We saw their Sunset yesterday, and I thought that was excellent. But we still don't have a lot of answers on how this map pool for Loud compares to the rest of the competition here. I also think we have not seen enough from Quick thus far. This guy needs to step it up, especially on the maps they're playing Jet, especially if they're going to be letting Breeze through vetoes. That map is so flippy. I think it's really dangerous if they let it through today against EDG.
Exactly, and the bigger test for Quick is going to be on that Breeze, especially if he goes up against, we don't know still if the map is going to be picked, but it doesn't matter if it's Breeze, if we might get some icebox, you know, like mine would be too mild for it. But to get one of those aim test duels where even if things don't go well, what is going to be the protocol to have your duelist player feel comfortable enough so he doesn't like give up on the situation?
Yeah, I mean, watching Loud in that first match, and honestly, towards the end of Americas, I was feeling a little bit like it's so over being a Loud fan. Sad life out here. And I'm not fully on the we're so back, Loud's going to win the event train, but we definitely saw the glimmers of that. And I think Sunset, I want to talk more about that. That was a great example against FPX. They implemented the comp perfectly, the way that they were fighting for extremity control, the way they were calling around the map, and also the way their players, like Les, like Tui's, were stepping up to the plate is starting to give me kind of the glimmers of the Loud who shows up as a top dog at internationals.
Hopium or copium?
I think that's hopium. I think that's
she means
real,
is like
honest hope.
Okay.
Today is the difference between hopium and copium.
We'll
Absolutely.
see. We'll see. All right, guys. Well,
That's beautiful. You should be a poet.
we should put that in a book somewhere. All right. Earlier, we asked y'all wonderful people back at home for the MasterCard fan poll, which team is most likely to earn a playoff spot, and the results are in, and y'all chose Carmine Core, which, given how hype everyone was about this team coming in a bit, that doesn't shock me.
In a beautiful blue. It just goes
Wait, what
with
The
it.
color is blue.
It is blue.
Oh, that's wonderful. You know, back to our previous topic of conversation, I would love to have like a live, laugh, love sign in my house that just says the difference between hopium and copium is you. I think that's beautiful.
Maybe you are the poet.
I actually hope someone makes that sign.
Home
That
goods,
would be
hire me.
Really good. Oh man, look, guys, there's like so much that we could talk about here, but good news is we're gonna find out where we're playing because we have the map select standing by. So let's find out where these players are electing to go.
Welcome to Map Select, presented by Omen. Loud
Welcome
was
to
drawn
Map
first
Select.
in the matchup during the draw yesterday, so you'll be a higher seed. Would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So, EDG, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
Ascent.
Ascent. And then your ban.
Split.
Split. And then map number 1 from EDG.
Icebox.
Icebox. Side on Icebox.
Attack.
Attack.
Gila
And
pada
map number 2.
pengen EDG cok.
Sunset.
Sunset. Side on Sunset.
Attack.
Attack. Next set of bans starting with EDG, you have Bind, Breeze, and Lotus.
50-50 cok.
Ban Lotus.
Ban Lotus. Your ban, you have Bind and Breeze.
Bind.
We ban.
Ban Bind. So map number 3 by default is going to be Breeze. EDG side on Breeze.
Attack.
Attack. All right.
Attack.
Good luck to you both.
Something that really stuck out to me there was Lotus going a little further down the line than I was expecting, Kukuka.
Yeah, exactly. EDG has been also banning this map, so I was surprised. It was a little bit of a push and pull of who's going to ban it first.
That's a game of
Are
chicken.
we both going to be living it open? What is going to be happening here? And we see it is EDG actually that decides to ban it. So Loud is very, very convinced they do not want to face EDG on this split.
I think this is legitimately a very good map pool for EDG. They're starting on Icebox, where Loud tends to be good on that map with the Harbor Viper, but they play one of those KO Sova flash comps that can fight into those walls really well. If they get a win there, they take Loud to Breeze. I think they have a real chance of winning this series, but I reckon it would be in the 2-1 fashion. For Loud, on the other hand, I think they want to avoid going to Breeze at all costs, in my opinion. I've not been impressed with any of the looks they've shown on that map thus far. I think that thus far, like, individual form is so important on that map. It is the map where that is the most important, and I think EDG beats them in that regard.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree with you. Also, the confidence and the resilience
Digi.
that both of these squads have shown into when it comes to that last map.
ADG.
Better than the other one. So I'm scared in both regards to what
gila,
happens
Cok.
when this map goes to distance,
Kata
and
spam
especially
ya?
when
Spam
things
chat.
are not working. How are the solutions that they're going to find if some individuals
Banyakan ini
cannot
Cok.
really show up?
It's definitely going to be interesting to see how all that pans out. But what I'm really excited for is honestly what this would mean for EDG if they could win. They get revenge on the team that knocked them out of champions, that stopped their excellent 2023 year. They get revenge on the team who just eliminated FPX, the other Chinese team representing here. And they get to make it into top 4 at a global event. They've been on this long climb up mountain after mountain to really be considered a top contender at international events. I think if they win here, if they're one of only 4 teams in the playoffs at Masters Madrid, it's really a chance for no one anymore to deny their form compared to the rest of the global competition.
And this is a great opponent for doing so, because if EDG has advanced, has progressed, has developed as a team, all of these individuals should be able to go head on head with
But
this
how do you
kind of
feel
squad.
about the structure, though? How do you feel about the fundamentals? Because I feel like Loud just have that
That's the
so
thing.
in spades.
That's the thing. This is a great test, and let's say one of the final tests for this squad, because Loud has played against most of the teams out there. They've been around for so long. They have so much experience. They've played against every single playstyle. They know how to read onto all of these different situations and outcomes. So if they're able to even put on a good show, it shows that EDG, even if they're not, top 4, even if they were to lose, we need to see if they're on the right track.
Yeah, this is really going to be decided by Icebox in this series for me. For Loud, they play the Harbor Viper. Their fundamentals are so exceptional on this map. Their retake protocols are on point. This is a map where Les absolutely thrives on the Viper. And for EDG, we've seen some success. It's been a mixed bag in the past. They're playing the more default comp that, honestly, this Harbor Viper comp tends to do pretty well against. I think this is going to be make or break early in this series.
Real quick, I don't know if you guys see our poll down at the bottom of the screen there, but when we started this poll, it was all Loud. And as you guys were talking, selling people on EDG, I was seeing the numbers start to go up a little bit. I don't know. It feels like you guys are making some believers out there.
We should sell some bundles, maybe.
I think, I feel like this is pretty spot on. In my mind, I think this is a 60-40 in favor of Loud. I think Loud are favored because their fundamentals have looked better in their last matches. I think they have a stronger read on the meta. EDG still playing basic old stuff from last year for the most part. But for EDG, there's always the upset potential. The individual form has been electric. Kung has been great. And it's just a team that, no matter what form they've shown before, they always step up to their opponent.
Yeah, exactly. Is the old guard versus a newer guard that we saw in 2023 looking to make a change also in 2024.
Yeah, this is going to be an excellent day. Who's going to make it out into the top 4? Let's find out. Is it Loud versus EDG? We got Carmine Core versus Paper X. Day 5 of Masters of Madrid starts right now.
Lapri.
Was it hard, like losing Jing and having to basically fill that hole?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's been a big part of Paper X, and finding someone that as good as him would be very hard. We had a new player. I mean, yeah, he's ready to show what he got, this tournament. So yeah, wait and see.
I think it's just myself that not being confident, because all the players in Paper X are like top notch in the world. It's normal that you have sort of pressure.
Puncahnya sedih banget, Cuk.
We absolutely need to see more out of Munjet.
when it comes to a tournament, when you're not hitting shot, it's really hard to get back. But my teammates have been helping me a lot going through this.
For us, it's just we're all like very inexperienced, so like all this is new to us, and we all just want to like do everything that we can every single day to prepare ourselves for the situation.
Carmine Corp, their playstyle is the same like us actually. It's gonna be like aggression team against aggression team. I'm really excited for the blood that
Te vejo muito esse estilo de roupinha assim, mano.
Fica combinou pra caralho. Esse calçaria suave.
Para mim, ser o líder da molecada, né, dos garotos, eu queria muito deixar uma boa impressão neles, que eles se divertam jogando, algo que é uma honra para mim.
就这些新面孔的出现嘛，对于我来说也就还好，就因为我也可能打了2年世界赛了，然后我自己也是一个20岁的选手，所以说我觉得我也是小孩，他们也是小孩。
A gente chegou até aqui, temos que jogar com confiança, confiar um no outro, confiar no mesmo, que vai dar tudo certo, dar o nosso máximo e sempre com sorriso no rosto.
但是我希望你们知道，我们永远都在朝我们心中的那个念想去奋斗，去做好最好的自己。然后以后见到 ZMJJKK 手会抖。
Copia. Kita kapan kita kacamata cuy? Jadi angin. Jadi beda kayak kacamatanya.
It's the rubber band match between two teams that could very well go the distance in this competition. On the one end, you have EDG, a squad that's coming into this one holding the entire region of China on their back because they are the last remaining Chinese team in this competition. But on the other side, you have Loud, a squad that has been here before. They have reached the top of the mountain and they're looking to get back there again.
Two teams synonymous with their regions. EDG has been the #1 Chinese representative for as long as China has been at global events. They've constantly been on this upward trajectory, and Loud was the one to stop them last year. They have a chance to do it again if they want a shot at playoffs.
Exactly, and America's looking to be the strongest region out there for now. They could be that for just a second if Loud manages to win. Both them and Sentinels making it onto playoffs, showing that maybe 2024 is not the year of the rookies, but the year of Americans.
It's possible, but for EDG, if they're to win this one, they get revenge for FPX. This is the team that just knocked their compatriots out.
Yeah, and there is certainly going to be a lot of tension on that stage because, as we saw yesterday, right, in the PaperX game, the PaperX Heretics game, you know, when you're in these elimination matches, you're in these high-pressure moments, right? You got to wear it all out there on the stage. And Kakuka, I think both of these teams, they're going to do just that. Both teams have, like, very famous gifs of them, like, mocking one another. So I think it's safe to say that we're going to get some more moments like that.
Hear me out. We all remember Kankan standing up and just showing that operator.
And we all remember Sadak just going, what are you doing?
What is that? What is that? Is that a toy? I don't see. It's not hurting me. But yeah, definitely. We've seen how the character has also impacted the players from your own team and your opponents. So today, especially jumping onto Icebox, a map where individuals are so important, I think that the start for both of these teams is going to be very important. Sentinels, for example, on the first match, probably one of the reasons why it got so close is that they were losing up on the earlier rounds. then on the second time that they played around, they were so comfortable at the beginning of the maps. If Loud can also have that kind of mechanism, they can join their compatriots.
And when we talk about the history, there's only been one change. That's QCK. On this map, he's playing the Jet, and he's going up against a man who many consider the best operator player in the world. It is going to be a trial for fire by the guy that they say isn't replacing Osbox, but on some of these maps, he is being asked that.
Yeah.
On Icebox, on Breeze, he has to step up to that plate against Kong Kong.
Yeah, this could be a moment here for QCK, and we'll have to see if this is going to come to fruition. Of course, for Kong Kong, he could very well shut it all down here, but it's time now for our first pistol round of the day. So let's go ahead, send it over to your casters. You got Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yes, we're here in Madrid, ready to kick off this game. Tom, the pistol's going to be underway in just a second. Quick thoughts on Loud and EDG before we get into this one, because we've seen this matchup before.
Yeah, and it is 50-50. One team won the first, one team won the second. They have both gone back and forth. We've even seen it across the stage. Sadak versus Khan, the sort of faces they've pulled, even mocking each other at times. So I think this one might just get fiery. And honestly, I'm so excited to get into this matchup.
Well, the pistol round is kicking off with EDG on the defensive side here on Icebox, and Loud already making their way up towards Nobody. It looks like there could be a fight on his hands, but Nobody, ooh, he spotted them down below. The info's there for EDG, and the opening pick is too, but a trade back as Loud look to quicken the pace.
Mungkin yang mati dah.
Nobody's tucked into the corner, has an opportunity to catch him on the way, but again, just fades back. Nice shot by QCK. The advantage now for Loud, but the players have fully rotated in. And EDG will attempt this retake moments from now when this wall falls, or when they step right on through it. The spams the game for now, and a wide swing from QCK opens up all the space. Loud have got their pistol in the bag.
Yeah, a solid start from them. And
Apa semua mati, Cok?
what you expect to see on this attack side, I think EDG are going to be waiting to get onto theirs. That was where they had the real success. Of course, this is one of those matchups where I almost feel like teams were playing a bit of chicken when it came down to the veto. Obviously, the initial ban coming through from EDG of Ascent was very surprising, considering Loud have looked shaky, their identity looking a little bit lost, but a map that they smashed them on at Champs, and maybe just having some flashbacks. Then you've also had the removal of Split, and both teams sort of floating Lotus, their permaban, until we end up on the maps we're on. I feel like we've ended, I want to say somewhat in the favor of Loud. I feel like their map pool just that little bit deeper. But when EDG go into their opponent's map, throughout this tournament thus far, they have been very, very good.
Well, this round doesn't have a lot to speak for, but the flank up by Chichu, the sneaky play on mid. And he had been spotted earlier, obviously, as we saw Sadak take a bit of an engagement with him. So Loud aren't allowing any free space to be taken by that defensive side. The problem here is if they do feel boxed in by Chichu and any potential B pushes, they'd be running into an A stack. So you can see EDG have fully stacked up that site. As you can see, Loud are not looking to commit blindly. They've spread back out and found some space.
Yeah, I actually think that that's really important that they go back and get that fight, because it does put the doubt in the minds of their opponents a little bit. EDG were able to stack up on A because they had the information that they had control for anybody rotating back. Even still, though, with 40 seconds left, it does look like they're going to be pushing into the EDG stack, which is probably one of the only ways they could really take any damage in this round.
You know, this is perfect. You've taken down Chichu. At this point, you assume there's someone towards B. They'll hear the Viper wall go up. You don't have control of mid, so the rotates will go towards that side. But there was nobody there from EDG. Everybody still patiently waiting on A, and now's their chance to get some value. One kill is all they'll get. A big stop by Loud. Even though they run into the stack, they find all the value. The second round, cleanly in their pocket.
Yeah, nice work from them. Just taking their time. Obviously, on the other side of things, EDG didn't really have anything, so I don't think they're going to feel too hard done by the fact that they don't really get too many kills. Now they're looking to invest back in with the rifles on every single player. Now, I do think it's going to be fairly important for EDG to get off to a good start in this series, because we've already seen that a couple of times in their match versus Gen G. They did very well in the early, and then they seem to teeter out a little bit, slow down, and Loud are a team that will punish you if they're able to get off the mark. And this is one of the players we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on. As it was said on the desk, he may not directly be coming in as an Aspas replacement, but when you're coming up against a player like Khan, you need that star power. Already, though, Smoggy off to a flying start. Cowanzine is dropped, Sova gone. And it's definitely going to make things a little bit more difficult now that you don't have your initiator.
Yeah, one of the things they've been struggling with is QCK getting into sites, and without having a Sova to reveal them up, it's going to be a bit tougher. Now no flank protection either as Sadik falls. This is how these rounds typically go when you slow down the pace. You're not going to win most of the fights you're taking, and in this case, none of them so far. The final attempt will be to group up to make some value out of this lower buy round for
Kalau kalah lagi lawan ini udah mirdong nih EDG tuh.
out of EDG's hands.
Udah langsung
Just
pulang
how
kan.
patient and passive this defensive side is being. They're willing to give up the site control and play the retakes together.
Yeah, they've already got them pretty much boxed in once again. The same push has come through from Chichu. Nice work from QCK though. That'll be Khan down, making this one at least a little bit more competitive, trying to get a bit more aggressive as he's going to go through the utility that has been placed down. That flank is the major danger, but with how far forward they've actually gone, I don't know if there's anybody that can actually be picked off. He needs to go huge from this position, and while it's only going to be the one kill, there comes Chichu in from behind, and Les is left to try and clutch this 1 versus 3. There probably isn't anybody else you'd want, but even he can't win out that one.
Not the end of the world at all. I mean, they get the 2 kills. It's sort of bare minimum done housekeeping in a round like this. They didn't overinvest. You know, you said there were some rebuys, but again, fairly minimal considering the lack of losses. It's all right for Loud. This is the formality of early Valorant out of the way. It's sort of weird to not see that 3rd round won. Most of the games we've been covering, Thomas, it's been pure chaos by now, but, well, Paper X game later on. Stay tuned for that.
Yeah, to be fair, we have been doing China versus Pacific in every game so far, so I think it's understandable why some of these games have gone the other way. Even still, though, this is where things get interesting. QCK has been doing well in the early rounds as well. This means he's already going to have himself Bladestorm and an extra 4,000 credits in the bank, so he's pretty well stacked to go for this early push. Howdong's going to be the one under pressure and almost has to fall back completely. Doesn't have any support, so his main goal is just going to be to delay as much as possible. And for the other side of things, they're just taking their time.
Yeah, rightfully so. Bit of map control, pushing the EDG side out of position, grabbing orbs, and looking for picks. As you said, QCK's had a good time on the way through, a difference from some of the series we've seen, and now he's got the Bladestorm to try and pick these players off. But after seeing that control, grabbing their orb, and not finding any advantages being given away, they're rotating back.
Yeah, I think they had no plan to ever go in this direction. The spike was dropped outside deep on B. There was no one going to retrieve it. This was all an attempted ruse. And when I say attempted, it has worked wonderfully. There's currently only 1 player left on the site, but EDG have made the realization. Pushing players up mid, got nobody deep in control. They've also got Chichu rotating in, but they are about to be under some serious pressure.
It's the right call again. Same thing we've seen from EDG, just a passive play on A, very confident in their retake game. No big ultis online to help them, and a few shots through the wall that actually hurt Conrad. A little below. Not going to be ideal for the fight back through. The plant seems to be secured, the cove broken, and a snake bite down, but that's not going to deter them. Now it's time to fight back in, and they've already lost their entry man. Khan down. Kalanzine still in position. The Bladestorm looking to find value. Players up top as well. I mean, Loud are not playing a retake on this. They're not trying to deny the defuse. They're trying to deny any boots on the ground. But they've lost a few fights. This is very low. They've got to be extremely careful here. And with less down, even more so, Sonic dropped. And it's only the 30 HP. Tui's left to try and close this round out. Already being stuck to halfway. Tui's needs to time this just right. The shot is perfect.
Definitely got a little bit dicey in the end. I think that pre-fire shot from Smoggy basically made it interesting. Because up until that point, I was like, yeah, 3v2 post-plant, you've still got less alive. I'm like, okay, I'm not really too worried for them. And then he hits that shot, and it gets very interesting. The thing is, though, I feel like so far Loud have been fantastic with their orb management. They make sure at the beginning of the round that the reason they push B is to get Tui's that orb even, and then he moves back in the other direction, plants as well, so then he's able to actually use the Reckoning. So that's what kept them back for so long. That's what allowed Loud to garner so much space. And okay, it gets a little bit dicey. They got the round under their belt.
I really like the way we just saw that round play out. As we said, right off rip, Loud had a game plan, and it didn't look like EDG threw any spanners into the works, try as they might. We saw the re-aggression when Loud had gone up on B of Howdong. He got behind yellow and actually had really good space.
Nah, Howdong pas lawan PRX ngeselin ya, ini kayak mirdong kan. Kayak nggak tahu main.
At reading the ebb and flow of the round. Here, he's made the right call. Stand behind that wall because Loud are coming in to get the plant on B. Oh, he might have an opportunity here. Well, the opportunity's gone.
Yeah, he was hoping that he could make the player vulnerable and then right-click them as they moved away. I don't mind the idea, ultimately only having a classic, but now it's looking like a formality. Not much invested, and more what was invested was actually at least a Guardian onto Kankan. He's immediately dead. Already, though, we're actually going to see that Hunter's Fury thrown in. I guess they really believe they could take this round away from them. Chichu's managed to find another one. Maybe they might be right, but Sadak still just holding down the fort. Smoggy's found one more. Eventually, though, it does look like Loud are going to stabilize, and that's a pretty big ult to commit off rip.
Right? I mean, it's not even like they were already positioned to have a chance. They just went whole
It was
hog
a
on
one-for-one trade and a post-plant.
And they had pistols on the way back through, and
Buang-buang ulti, cok.
just a bit strange. Timeout from EDG, and okay, looking at where their ults are, it's not like they're gonna have a huge problem in the ult economy. They've got a couple big ones coming online soon. One thing that's drawing my eye though is the fact that Sadak has a lockdown now, and they're not gonna have too much.
Oh, dong Aiman kemana? Spawn Pierce nggak gitu, cok.
Other well-placed utility.
Yeah, at least a lot.
Kayak Mirdong kayak nggak tahu kapan maju kapan ini.
Could be the reasoning from EDG is make this one a bit more costly, have a chance to win the round.
Kemarin lawan
And then
Pierce
we've
kesel banget tuh
got
orang.
one online and 3 very close. So it could just be an argument of, okay, we don't actually just want to have them all at the same time and then just spam one round, but
Panas
yeah,
kali ya.
definitely a
Kedua kayaknya
audacious
panas.
attempt. Again, though, Loud already 4-1 in the lead. As I said, I feel like expectations are there for both teams to have their strengths over on that attacking side. I think that's where we've seen, especially EDG, really when they did manage to beat out Genji, they were really good on their attack. And it's where Concom really came alive. That's my major worry, though, is so far in this tournament, going by ACS, going by ADR, going by the most stats that involve kills, Kankan's at the top. Right now, he has 1. Which is not a great sign if EDG are going to be winning this, because there have been serious vulnerabilities. Even games that they've lost, he's still been in the 20+ kills bracket. So I'm a little bit worried for them at this point in time that if he doesn't come online, which I'll be honest, I think he will, but if he doesn't, this is going to be a blitz of a game.
I mean, we saw a good attack side from EDG on this map up against Genji, but we're going to need to see them build those foundations here on the defense so far. It's been pretty lights out from Loud. The movement towards B quick, making a lot of noise on the way through, but again, it has the same vibe as before. Just look at the dots on the minimap. They've dragged a huge rotation from EDG. There's now 3 players on the B side, 1 close by around mid, and only 1 man standing alone as nobody on the A side, up on pipes. And if he doesn't move quickly, he won't have a way to fall back. He's going to have to commit to this angle in the next couple seconds unless we see him retreat, and well, he's now stuck. He's going to have to hold his ground and take this battle with the lockdown in play. I wonder what the idea here is. Maybe a flash from afar to allow him to swing around the corner. Maybe he'll just go for it. Just the one to be found. That's it.
There's a pocket of space. Kankan has managed to survive at the back.
Buat ninjanya Haudong nih. Udah mulai dia mau ninja, cok.
Still a player lurking around this position. Haudong waiting patiently, but he has to be careful that he's not caught out. There are a lot of players pushing from a lot of different angles. He might just, no, he's missed the timing just by a millimeter. That's enough, and actually, Chichu's now gone down. Again, this round is starting to get really dangerous. There are so many angles he has to be careful of, unless Haudong caught in no man's land, and for 4v3,
Ulun tuh sekarang.
Tui's waiting patiently. Loud have managed to recover from a position that looked really dangerous to making this round look comfortable.
I think they've just had a really, really strong mid-round decision. The entire... We had 2 rounds where Loud seemed to be in control the whole way through. They had their game plan. EDG didn't put them on the back. It looked like the same thing here, even with the disruption of nobody finding a kill. Right now, Smoggy grabs 1, but it's too late to get back in to deal with 2. Maybe he can do some more damage, and that may be, well, it's turning to a reality. That's a free kill for him. But even still, the reality is Loud have just gotten away with highway robbery, stealing this out from EDG. It was a close one that EDG might even have had the upper hand in, but they got chopped up into individual fights all across the map just by not having a read on what the hell Loud were trying to do.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, because I think for Haudong I can kind of forgive. Like, he ended up surrounded because of where the battles went elsewhere, but every other player ends up alone. Like, not a single one of those fights was tradable, and Loud just play off that. Just position themselves fantastically well. And yeah, the mid-round calls were great because that initial take for them, even using a lockdown, it didn't go very well. EDG did well, but it's just the way that they play in the mid-round that was sublime. Now 5-1 up over on that attack side. This is definitely looking a little bit ropey at this stage. Kankan's going to try and pad the gap. He has had a quiet match so far. Got his second kill in the last round, but it didn't really matter too much.
Busuk ini cah dong.
Bladestorm
Gak jelas.
definitely has potential.
Aduh nggak kena.
Potential's not realized this time around, is it? I think the other problem being that, okay, Chichu might be able to get them back in the next round for retakes. I doubt he's going to be using lockdown here. And there's a Hunter's Fury online for Kalanzine. He's not going to be deploying that anytime soon, I reckon. So there's like the safety nets that appear to be forming underneath EDG aren't really there. Damage being done. It actually is keeping Loud's economy pretty low, despite a 5-1 lead. If they lose a couple more players here, it will end up being costly enough that EDG might be able to reasonably force an eco out of this squad with 1 or 2 wins, depending on how investments go. The reality is there hasn't been a lot of in these rounds. Really the one to give us any extra. If Les goes down, it could be an advantage, or if he gets the kill, just 1 away from a Viper's pit, and he's sticking around. This looks like it'll be his fight, and not one he'll win, but that does still get the pit online. Costs you a rifle, but it doesn't give Chicho an orb. He already had the lockdown.
No, again, it ends up actually being fine. Like, Loud may not be keeping these as clean as they'd like, but they're still comfortably able to buy for at least a couple of rounds. Their ult economy, again, has been fantastic. Someone's tripping out.
Oke, Kangkang udah mulai pakai
They're
OP
already
ya.
taking their second pause, and I don't blame them because these
Kita lihat
rounds,
isi
even
OP-nya
though,
bagaimana.
okay, there's been casualties,
Dua kali tembak,
I don't think any of them have looked particularly close, especially once you get to the second portion of the round. And they need to start getting onto the board, because sure, there's expectations that their attack side...
Kan jadi imposter kayaknya nih, Haudong nih.
But they need to
Kayak kemarin
actually
kan.
have a
FPS ya.
decent sort of foundation to actually build upon, because
IGL
let's not
nya
pretend like Loud are just going to allow them back into the game. Like, they've got some fantastic players over on their side that, like, you'd bet your house on at least one round less is just going to win.
Apa IGL nya?
Let's be real.
Berlin.
One of the best players, I would say in the
Kemarin
tournament
Berlin.
of the last year, 2
Pakai
years, like,
lawan
you
ini.
can keep going back. He has
Aceh
been up
cuma
there.
jelas.
So I think at this stage there needs to be a decent change. And EDG in the past, Chichu, there was that interview where he said they really do rely on their coaching staff. They learn a lot, they take a lot. Well, let's hope the second pause is where they get that.
We saw a lot of conversation about Coach Alex's pause yesterday and the impact that it had for Paper X. Them going on to win 11 out of 13 of the next rounds.
Genji kemarin gimana ya
That could
Haudong
be the
mainnya?
case for EDG here. They don't even need it to be that strong of a statement. Just this attack side to at least have some legs. Remember, even the best teams in the world will refer to those pistols as coin flips. And you don't want to be going into that with 1 round in your bank. Big problem for them. It's not like EDG have no ultimates, but Loud can one-up them. They've got the exact same plus a reckoning. That could help to root out the Viper's pit. And of course, the lockdown on Chichu, as we said, not really going to be that threatening when Kalanzine's still up.
Yeah, he's probably just holding the Hunter's Fury for that exact reason, so... Already? Oh, no, never mind. No, he wants to kill. He's gunning for blood, and he's going to get it as well. Might even get a tag onto Smoggy, not far away. Nobody's been having a bleak time over on this A side. Smoggy does well, but he has to give it up. The Reckoning is going to force him back completely, and I imagine we're going to see, yeah, it's an up-top plant, because they're just going to play this one passive. You want to go for a lockdown? Sure. We're going to be sitting so far back that it's not even going to matter. And I'm also starting to have a look at that rotation coming through from Les. He's looking to backstab them.
He's going to be caught. That's the only downside, but maybe they'll think he's around middle, not up here. No, they're checking it, and he won the fight with 2 snake bites in the post plant.
Oh, no, busuk banget cok.
He's setting up for that right now, but instead they're committing more resources with 2Es moving through mid. This is a counter to what EDG just put through. The lockdown used, but their back is now wide open. And as they push forward, Les is doing exactly the same. Snake bite up top just to secure no defuse, but there's no one near the defuse, no one near the spike. In fact, as 2Es is about to realize, swinging into heavy traffic, and you know, it's not nice to have 4 kills in a round and have to go and save, but that's the reality for EDG. 7 now on the board for Loud.
Yeah, this one's going to come up as a Red Bull clutch, but there was nothing even particularly clutch about that. That round was over about 20 seconds ago. Like, Loud came in, again, every single round we're witnessing, they have a game plan. They know what their opponents have. Okay, they've got a lockdown. Let's put ourselves in a post plant that doesn't allow that to work. Let's have less come round on the flank and basically just put this round to bed with the amount of doubts that their opponents are going to have. Like, right now, this is looking like a masterclass from Sadak and Loud, and EDG haven't yet turned up to the party.
I think that's spot on, Tom. It's been a really rough one to watch if you're an EDG fan. For Loud, well, we talk a lot about the curse of Masters for this team, and it looks like it might be on its way to being broken. 7-1, a strong scoreline and a strong start as they once again, on the side of Loud, push EDG out of control over Belong.
Do they actually go B this round, or are they just going to take the orb and go
No,
back?
it's got to be an orb.
See, they haven't left a lurk. I think they're going
It could
B.
be the Viper's Pit also, you know?
There's no one lurking. It's a B take.
You actually are spot on with that one. Previously, they've always had that extra player behind. This time, it's commitment. But EDG are committing. They haven't played like this up behind Yellow. It hasn't been spotted, but the reveal now gives away the game. That's a disaster for Loud.
Usok banget coan.
EDG, pardon. It's a miracle for Loud.
Yeah,
Free as can be.
QCK took some damage, and honestly, that's
it's
a disaster.
over. EDG are going to win the round. Easy peasy. Oh, man, they can't get anything to fall in place for them. Even there, it was a Cloudburst that wouldn't fall in the right spot.
Oh, there we go. The three players at this stage might actually just go for this. But again, Loud's post plants have been sublime. It hasn't even been particularly close. That knife was nice. It's basically caught everybody. They know where they are, but there's nothing they can do. And Kawazine, he is not looking to be kind. Already spotting out Chichu, an awkward fight. He is still surviving. Timmy the Turret trying to help out at least a little bit. Looking to reposition, take the fight, and he's going to get rid of Smoggy as well. Just removing the weapons that they're trying to save. Finally, they'll deal with him. But again, the round is over. It's been over for another 25 seconds. They're just looking to fight to hold their guns. That's the game at the moment for EDG.
They are fighting a different battle every single round. Like we saw the previous one, it was on A. They pushed up forward to try and deal with the post plant. Ended up being flanked themselves. Round was over. This time, it's all the whole squad is here to deal with this one Sova lurking in two.
The funny thing is, I feel like there, Kankan tries to fall back, get pinged by the dart. I don't know if that's intentional, but it seemed like it could have been, because he then gives away, okay, maybe there isn't someone else there. QCK just runs around the corner and headshots him anyway. Like, it made no difference what the plan was. He just domes both. And QCK has been having a much better performance. The setup's been there, let's not beat around the bush. Well, Chichu's at least going to get one, and no trade. Actually, the high tide kind of helping them out here. Another one for Howdong, but Sadak has found two in response.
Yeah, Tui's hasn't had the best round with his util there, chopping up the map to stop them from being able to keep control of mid, but EDG took it by the reins. Chichu on the flank. Good position, but Sadak is still up, and he's on his way back, so that util is going to be online. Has to be broken, now they know. Now they're ready for the fight, and a little closer than expected. It's Kawanzine looking to take Chichu down yet again. And on this angle, he's not losing it. Clean shot to the head. Viper's Pit went up and online, and that is stopping any chance of them defusing. Surely, they've got to... Oh, that's actually a nice recon up top. It hasn't caught him, but it's given away that he's there. Maybe the spams can find value. Kankan's got to wait a moment as nobody steps forward. He's dodging the spam, but Kawanzine steps in on an unexpected play. Even the pit dropped in the end for Les to find that kill. Tom, this is looking like a mismatch on Icebox. EDG's map pick, and they've yet to get off one round.
This is a masterclass. Genuinely a masterclass from Loud. It seems like their decision-making has been perfect pretty much all the way through the game. Again, this started off with a decent individual play coming out from Chichu, but then Sadak pops up, they get into the afterplant, and the second that spike has gone down, my belief in EDG winning the round has gone down to about 5%, because it just hasn't even been remotely close. 9-1. We've already seen this happen once when they played Breeze versus Gen G. EDG didn't show up to the party in this map, and it's not looking good. Kankan has been diffed. That's not something I think has been said in his entire career.
Oh, he's been hot this tournament as well. One of the big reasons I was coming in here believing in EDG, but I can't even point to one player not showing up. One piece of the puzzle, the whole puzzle's missing. All I've got is the front cover to think about what could have been. And hopefully we'll eventually find those missing pieces. EDG are searching frantically. It's a Hunter's Fury pulled out of the bag. Not finding its mark just yet, some damage, but Sadik and Les quickly trade that back. Very few defenders left standing. In fact, now just one. Smoggy's on all fours. Aodong tries to get back towards him. Single shot.
Aodong jelek banget coan.
Demolish this squad. I mean, he's been doing it so far with his calling. This time he takes it into his own hands. 10-1.
I didn't enjoy that.
Oh, this is hard to watch.
Yeah, they used the Hunter's Fury there, and they used, actually, to tell a lie, they used the non-command and the Hunter's Fury, and they didn't even get a kill in the round. I think we've just got to start thinking about map 2. That this is not even remotely close to what we were expecting coming into today. We've already seen in the past the back and forth between Khan and Sadak. The sniper and the sniper's mocker. And wow, 2 and 11. Normally, I'm not one to highlight the kill feed. It's not particularly relevant in most games, but when Khan goes, as said, the #1 when it comes to ACS, ADR, kills per round. He has been up there in every single stat this tournament. Right now, he is non-existent. Haodong doesn't even have any shields here. That's how bleak this is at the moment, and they just can't catch a break. Not even connecting their shots at this point. No one can even hit a bullet. I think they're mentally boomed. I don't even know if they'll get a kill this round. No, it's nothing. It's a flawless round 10.5. Can we just call it there and go map 2?
Switching sides.
I think I might have just got EDG's coach comms there. Was that you or them? I wouldn't blame him. That's a tough one. But you rarely see a master class like this. And you got to say, those first 5 or 6 rounds, it was all Sadik. This guy pushing and pulling the map perfectly for his squad. With his squad, EDG didn't know what to do. In fact, we caught up with Sadik earlier on. So let's hear a little bit from him.
Meu nome é Matias, também conhecido como Sage Hack, e sou o capitão da Loud. Em preparação para esse jogo, eu acho que foi muito mais a gente ter confiança que podíamos virar essa situação na que a gente está. Então, o segundo mapa foi difícil, mas eu estava com muita confiança, sabíamos que a gente podia. Eu sabia que podíamos trazer isso de volta, então pedi para que eles confiassem em mim que ia dar tudo certo.
No secrets about this on the way back through. Sadak just stomping onto site.
But a 1-for-1 trade, the numbers so favourable towards Loud. Guaranteeing closing in, it's all on Autumn. This guy has been a rock star for this side, but a brutal position, a brutal round to potentially go home on. Has he got the heroics in him? He's got so many targets, so many threats, he can't do it!
A gente já se enfrentou no passado contra a EDG, sabemos que é um time muito bom. A EDG em particular é um time que sabe muito bem trocar o ritmo das jogadas. Às vezes ele joga muito devagar, às vezes ele joga muito mais rápido. E isso faz que seja um pouco difícil de ter uma boa leitura contra eles, né? Às vezes a gente ele faz lurker, realmente é difícil. Joga muito bem com o Predator no ataque, então tem uma variedade estratégica muito boa. Para os fãs, amamos vocês, muito obrigado pelo apoio, vocês são incríveis, espero que vocês assistam nós, continuem apoiando nós. Se fica muito cedo para vocês, peço perdão, é o que temos para hoje. E é isso, um beijo gigante, muito apoio para nós.
Well, Tom, Khan said in the video earlier on that he wanted to strike fear in the hearts of his opponents when they saw his name. Well, they're going to have to look way down the scoreboard to see his name on this map. That is a rare thing. And on the attack side, Tom, there's basically no hope. There's essentially no hope. An 11-1 comeback, Mini couldn't even make this happen.
Tough. Give him a ring. See what he says.
Phone a friend? Yes. Or 50-50.
Let's see how good Mini's Chinese is.
I reckon he's a man of many talents.
To be honest, I wouldn't even be surprised.
No.
But here we go. 11-1. It has not been a good start. Still, potential of a turnaround in the next map, and at least maybe some life in this pistol round. They are going to be able to get off to a strong start. Less looking to find one back, so clean with it. They've got to be careful not to let this one slip away. Already looking like it could happen. Chichu eventually will be able to find one. Kawazin, he's very close. And I almost feel like Chichu's tempting fate. They have got themselves in a massively advantageous position, though. An open plant that normally you could only dream of. Multiple positions. Actually, I think the cross maybe missed here. The headshot wasn't even needed, but he has managed to find that first kill.
There's no chance, though. With the time so low, look how far back they're playing. Still with a reveal. You'd have to force one of the fights. Smoggy's already tucked in. At this stage, miracle work needed. 45 HP as well. Nobody cleans it up. And there it is, Tom. They've doubled their rounds. It's a consolation prize for the time being. Oh, don't hold your breath.
Yeah, I want to actually see if they can just even build into it on an individual level.
Well, like, Con needs a warm-up.
Yeah, exactly. This is basically his aim labs before his aim labs. Like, that's what I want to see. Just taking the time to sort of get themselves into a good position, because they've come in cold and they've been shut down by Loud, who have looked fantastic throughout this map. So I think even just a few rounds, getting themselves feeling more comfortable back on that stage, it could be a pretty big deal for the side of EDG. And in this round, as you can see, there's no real safety net. They're just going straight in with those rifles. Chichu won't be the one to invest, a full gamble. But already with the drone giving away where this push is going to be coming in, the full force of Loud will be coming in on the rotation. A few upgraded pistols, but for Sadak, the only goal, slow them down and see if they can do a bit of damage.
What a round it would be to take off them, but yeah, you're right. The goal here is just to drop rifles, run that cost. Boy, giving Concon that little boost of energy. He's playing with the Outlaw, waiting for this wall to fall. They'll have some targets. Loud, very patient, but EDG are starting to make a read on this. There's a lot of players around here, some utility in play, and the Spike is on its way back towards A, leading the charge by himself. It's a little concerning. If there was still a lurker around A, nobody would have... I mean, he's 68 HP as well. He'd have a serious fight in his hands, but it looks like he might get away with it scot-free. Although, actually, the timing is kind of poor here as he goes through the wall. Kawanzin's waiting. Now the Spike's down. There's a rifle there, but it can't be retrieved. Chichu's lurking around mid to catch those rotates, but he's going to be spotted in a second. In fact, spotted now. Now he's stuck, and there's players swinging from all directions. Loud all of a sudden are in a 5v3. 12 seconds left as the Spike is planted, at least. They can breathe a sigh of relief. The clock is now on their side, and the players pushing back in haven't got big weapons. Even the kill they got on mid was just a sheriff, so nothing big retrieved. Kawanzin already fallen. Okay, EDG are starting to get their hands on the reins again. It's back under control. It's not looking too scary, although a couple players are low. The time is ticking. Oh no, it's only one! Concon, this is his chance. His aim labs, right? He just needs to hit a few shots, and it's Sadak again!
Najis.
Oh, 12 rounds for Loud, and EDG probably wishing they could have just jumped to the next map. This is more demoralizing.
That was a MasterCard Thrifty.
Was it, Tom? Did they not buy? No, they didn't force buy that?
I think it was 2 ghosts and then classics, and
Yeah,
I think they picked up the sheriff. Even the sheriff that he got 2 more kills with was picked up. He didn't even buy the sheriff, Mitch. He didn't even buy that sheriff.
It's okay, because
Si bully-bully cok sama Loud.
map 2, man. They're really good on their opponent's map picks, Tom. Yeah, there we go. Well, fair play.
He's got an Odin in mid. He's got Odin. Hey. Okay. Concon's managed to get 2. Maybe, no, who are we even kidding? There's so much still that needs to be done. Still 3 players standing for either side. The early battles at least being even. I thought the Odin had a possibility. QCK, neither has spotted the other. Concon is just literally next to both of them. They've all walked past. If anybody turns around, they're just going to see him sat on a perch. There we go. Eventually goes down.
They don't know the second
Smoggy again has traded, though. It's the players with the weapons. Still, that push-up from Tuiz and obviously the turret no longer online. As they do look to head in towards this A site. The wraparound's coming. You can see less. It's just waiting, watching, buying extra time, even putting the wall up just to slow them down that little bit further. This is all an attempt to try and just give opportunities to his teammates. At this stage, he should know exactly where these players are coming from. The snake bite again, just to make them that little bit weaker as Tuiz continues his sneaky little play around the back. His opponent's none the wiser that he's going to be right up behind them. First kill's free, and he'll close it as well. It has been a map to forget for the side of EDG as Loud come in with one of the most dominant, if not the most dominant performance we've seen in the tournament so far.
Publik cok, nggak ada
One
pause.
step away
Buset.
from making it to the top 4.
Nothing but smiles from Sadek up on that stage, and I'd be surprised if I saw anything else. We know EDG are good on their opponent's map picks. No.
Okay, we're going to toss it. I don't want to talk about that. We'll let the desk maybe bring it down after the break.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Lucu banget cok. Gue nonton kena mental lagi.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh. Banget cok, lucu gini cok mainnya EDG.
Hey guys, I am here with SCK from Loud. Congratulations on that first map. Now the team has shared previously that this tournament is very challenging for them, but despite that, Loud has been very consistent with their energy. Who on the team contributes the most to keeping that energy up, especially for very important matches like this?
I think that Sazahak is this guy. He always like have a smile on his face. He always like time to cheer and make it the environment really good. I'm a kind of this guy that always listening music and all of that. So we have a little bit jet lag, but the energy will be growing up because we like are happy to be here.
All right, well it certainly looks like that. He looks like a really happy guy. So let's see if Loud can close this out.
Well, they have plenty of reasons, Mika, to be happy because after a 13-2 trouncing over the Chinese #1 seed, Loud show the world that they are very much here to play and maybe even here to stay. That was, honestly, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That was just straight up brutal.
I mean, what is going on with EDG? Back to back, they start a map with an 11-1 half against them. They crumbled in that Gen G series. They show up here against Loud, and they look like they are crumbling again. This is not the team we've come to know from EDG. Loud absolutely picked them apart.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like the logic that EDG applied to picking this map, by the way, their pick was, okay, we beat Gen G on this map, Gen G beat Loud, so therefore we should be able to beat Loud, but it looked like a rock, paper, scissors. It looked like a rock, paper, scissors kind of situation.
Transitive property, I said process of elimination.
Yeah.
Oh, I was wrong, you were right.
Neither of us actually passed 4th grade mathematics.
But yes, like you can see the logic there, but I can't. There's no logic in that game.
To me, it's not about the map pool. I think they could have showed up to any map and looked like that. It is about confidence. This is a team. You look at their faces. No one is yelling. No one is making noise. No one is giving that energy that EDG thrives on. Think of when this team is at their best. Kung is up, standing, screaming. He's shooting an operator at the camera. They're showmen when they're great. And right now they look completely deflated. But we do have to give Loud credit because they did still play a really good game. In particular, that attacking side, I thought that Sidak was calling an absolutely stunning match.
Yeah, exactly. And we picked up a couple of good examples because, Mimi, you're completely right. It's all about that mid-round calling. We know that both of the teams are very, very hard shooters. So it's only on fundamentals and actually the reads on the map that you can win in this matchup. We were seeing that EDG was getting a lot of the kills in some of these rounds, but they are unable to close them up because of the adaptation and the moving around the map that Loud was having round after round. You know, maybe they won 2 rounds, but let's think about the 2 rounds that they won. The 3rd round, right after, you know, Loud is on a bonus, and then Pistol on the 2nd half. This could have perfectly been, this could have perfectly been a 13-0.
Yeah, it absolutely could have. It was just inches away from that happening. But you see in the rounds the variety of the calling for Loud, even when they're losing. They're going for a lot of fakes. They're going for these interesting ideas with the B-split. And I think we have seen that historically when they play this Harbor composition, they really have a lot more kind of adaptability than with the comps when teams are playing without the Harbor. Without the Hammer, or without the double controller in general, most teams are, it's just an A-hit simulator. You go there always, sometimes you throw in a B-hit, you have to fight deep. But yeah, it's so different for this squad, the variety they have.
Well, let's go to the Aim Lab shoot around real fast. We'll check in with Chichu and we'll continue the conversation regarding EDG. You know, something that I thought I would never see as I'm looking through the stats, you know, because obviously we're looking at Chichu here, but Kung, 4 frags total, like the whole map, which is like heartbreaking because
shut down completely.
And you would see him on screen here and there. It didn't feel like his aim was aligned there. Like it wasn't like, oh, you know, it was like big battles. No, it honestly just felt like he was just getting diffed.
Yeah, exactly. Not many things were working on the side of EDG for their first map again. And I repeat, this is the map that they chose. Now we should be moving on something that theoretically Loud is going to be more comfortable in.
Yeah, and honestly, the wildest thing to me about that match, besides the crumble as a whole, was that QCK was diffing Kung. He's the guy we were saying needed to step up, needed to be great on the jet. We hadn't seen him at his peak yet. And he was out there, he was being set up beautifully, and he was dominating Kung in the opening kills. But you're right, Ben. We've hit a reset point, we've gone into sunset, but man, am I worried about EDG. It's so hard to reset. Not just, you know, sometimes you lose a match, you can wipe it away, but this is now 2 maps in a row where it's been the same story.
Yeah, probably they ran out of fuel maybe too soon in the tournament. We were talking about, is Loud top notch right now? Are they going to be, you know, are they really up there to be the winners of the tournament? EDG right now is not looking like a fair opponent to them, because Loud, after what they did yesterday on Sunset, how good they were feeling, how everything was falling onto place, a 13-5 against FPX, where FPX were having crazy rounds. I think that Live and Ultim were final bosses. For this one, things are getting even harder for EDG.
Yeah, very much out of hand here. Here comes the Agent Select, and you know, we're getting ready here for some Sunset. You're gonna see QCK. He's gonna be rocking that Phoenix. He's gonna get right in the face of his opponents as much as he can.
Yeah, the biggest goals of Loud's comp on the defense is
Kenapa
extremely
nggak Sentinel nih,
breach
Jok?
with their multitude of flashes. They're really good at
Mereka,
holding
Cok.
down space in the lanes, in fighting forward against EDG. They don't have that same initiator power to fight back in. So for EDG, I think this attack side is about getting mid control, baiting out util, going for these late round hits if they want to win. But that's all out the window. This is a map about confidence. EDG need to remember who they are. They're the team who's been dominating in China, who comes to international events and beats the best of them. It's absolutely unacceptable for them to go out with a whimper. This team needs to remember why they're great.
And watch out, because Loud might have the read onto them. We know that EDG likes to play it slow, likes to play it with time, but Loud, with this composition and with that first map that they gave us, they want to take it all and make it into playoffs.
Is this how it ends for EDG? Will Loud push forward into the playoffs? Let's find out. Send it right back over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our wonderful analyst desk. Tom, as we move into this next one, you know, I pity our analysts for having to look at that last one and break it down, because it's tough to be nice to EDG after that. It was a really, really rough showing on their map pick, but the promise, they're good on their opponent's map picks. Tom, you opened up the series by saying that. I hope to God you're right.
Well, that's the thing. We now have to do what EDG did and forget that ever happened and move straight on. And Loud, they run quite an explosive comp. Kicking it off on this defensive side, you can expect aggression, you can expect pressure. And basically, EDG have to forget that that has been a rough performance. Boombot gone, Shock Dart counted. Now going to be looking for the split straight through into mid. And still though, there are plenty of players from Loud around these angles. QCK already, as said, was looking good on the last map, looking to try and take control. And it's Less and Howdong with the first couple, but Loud have come out on top.
Still a bit of a struggle to get in towards B main, and well, Spike dropped everybody, split up, and it's only Con left. He's fired off to find Kawanzin the first, but a double peek quickly secures the round for Loud. And that's another pistol underneath Loud's control. All three so far have gone to them. And for EDG, it's going to be a minute before they can heat back up. They're down to pistols.
Yeah, I think it would have been nice for them just to get off to a good start on this map. Try and, as said, forget what happened. But the fact is, it's always difficult when Loud play the way they do. Like, I feel like there's going to have to be real dedication to just being wary of where QCK is going to be, because he could be everywhere. Like, the fact is, he is going to pressure all over the map. He's going to have supportive utility from Kawanzin at times. He's also going to be looking to farm up those ult orbs, because it really does help with the aggression. So I feel like EDG are going to have to play their defaults well, and in the last round particularly, losing B main like that and having no way in, that was definitely a problem.
Immediate spams through the smoke. Well, Howdong's definitely got the shorter end of that stick. Les has been tagged up a little bit, and Tui's is down. Okay, EDG, they've got a little bit of punch packed in this one. For the defensive side, they've lost full mid control. So it's time to go walkabouts. A side is under threat from behind, so they're going to secure the front. QCK's already made it past, but the timing is key, and he's picked his angle, picked the right angle indeed, although the shots don't land, the flash in hand, and it almost cost him his life, but the timing was good. With Howdong down, the heal can be found by QCK, and he's out of there actually. He's just going to give up the control entirely.
Yeah, not wanting to try and stick around versus the pistols. The thing is though, the B site is under the control of their opponents. They don't really have the cipher that we've seen from many others, from Chichu on the other side, that gives them that extra bit of information. We've seen a lot of teams really utilize the cipher on this map. Less though, executing Kankan. He was one of the major dangers. Look at the rest of the weaponry that's available for EDG, and it definitely isn't pretty.
Take flight.
Even an extra kill or two though in this post plant could be huge.
Well, this is it, especially with the plant spot, right? Like, this is all about spamming. The downside is
Two classics,
Oh,
not
dude.
really going to have the best at times. Nobody know where to go. Down an angle eventually, and a kill. With Chichu on another. Now there's a real chance for damage. Shock Dart close, and the spray doesn't land. Kawanzin's now the last man standing. He might not even be able to win this anymore. If he does, it's going to be at a heavy, heavy cost, and he's out.
Fair play. That was a point I had absolutely no belief in the fact that EDG would be able to take that home.
Nice,
Already
nice,
giving
nice.
themselves a MasterCard Thrifty, and that's going to be a huge boost to the confidence. Some great individual ability there, but also just the
What did I
goal to
predict?
just
Love
sit in a
something.
snake bite and then peek after the two pulses. That's one of the few moments you're going to see an aftershock, like the changes that they made to it from 3 pulses to 2, actually making a major difference, because otherwise he is dead.
Enemy remaining.
Just about made it out with his life. Hit the shots. And even with the shock darts finding them, a player swinging who's got a fully auto rifle when you're so low, just didn't matter. EDG have got their early start. This is what we wanted to see. I thought we weren't seeing it with the pistol. The smile on my face. As Loud now have the weaker weapons, and EDG will face off against them with confidence. Concon straight around that angle, unless one of the major dangers is already being dropped. Both rifles that Loud have are now on the floor.
This is a confident looking Concon. Was already looking dangerously missing in the last map, and he did have a rough performance the last time they played Sunset as well versus Paybrek, so I was a little bit worried, but the fact is this round decimating less. 2Es now. Again, it's about getting a kill, getting anything, make things more costly. They know exactly where he is. Now, not shooting it might bait the idea that he's round the corner, but Concon is making sure he's not giving anything away, and to bounce back off pistols and then go into a flawless round, that's about as good of an economy boost as you're ever going to get.
Well, they lost the pistol, they're 2-1 up, and they've got a showstopper on Concon, a player that was, as you said, just completely missing on the previous map. A player that is really the reason that people are believing in this squad being able to pull it across the line, because he's been so strong this tournament, and I was terrified. If he didn't show up here, the game was already over. But very early on, we found out that he's here to play, and round number 4 is going to see a full buy for both squads. Run it back online.
Okay, he's insta-popped the showstopper. Again, this just has to be a moment for Loud where they just give up the site. Almost played straight into the retake. He's garnered quite a bit of space, but because he's gone the direction of elbow, they actually haven't managed to get into an after-plant position off of the back of this. And maybe almost trying to sell the idea that this was a ruse. I like this from EDG. They're now breaking the door, and I feel like this is putting in some real hesitation in the side of Loud. Like, they're clearing things out. They've seen absolutely nothing on A after your opponent bursts a showstopper into the elbow. This must be a peculiar round for them. And now just patiently waiting. Timing gonna be everything. I think Sadak caught a glimpse, though.
He saw one, he might have seen 2. Decent shock dart as well, some damage done. EDG on their way through, though. They will make the A play with QCK securing mid and now looking to move forward. This is where I expect the run it back, and indeed, it's already popped. He's on his way through. Peak is good for some damage. QCK focused on the site, gets dropped eventually, but he's back in the fight now. Alongside Kawanzin, who's just burned up all his util. You know, that flash didn't manage to root anyone out of position, but the molly certainly has. They're all low and, well, sat around the same position, just nobody who's up on full. He's the first to swing, post on the wide angle, and find quite a bit of control for himself. The plant still to be secured with 15 seconds. They need to find a safe haven to get that done, and it's the corner up close. Nobody has to hold strong, and with him down, the round is already done. You'd imagine. Come on, there we go.
Yeah, I saw Sadak on 1 HP, and there was a moment that maybe there was some belief, but yeah, a very odd round. Like, I don't mind the ideas from EDG, like the start, if that was the game plan, because they take so much control with the showstopper. Okay, that's fine. Then they pause, which I definitely think puts some doubt in the minds of their opponents. But then they don't really take that space, and they take so long to get into an after-plant position and lose the battles in mid. That was one of the major detriments to the round, was that you already saw Loud having such a large advantage that, okay, I think nobody ends up doing quite well to at least make that one look competitive, but ultimately the round doesn't go their way. Now, luckily, as we've mentioned, plenty of cash available.
Yeah, there's no struggles whatsoever. But the side of EDG, even Hunter's Fury online to work. Something to fall back on. Close to getting a null command as well. Tui's, well, he might have his by the end of the round. We'll see if that has any impact. Round 5 starts off with a spray, and Con getting put in his place by Cowanzine. As we saw, that was just blind fire straight through the smoke, but an angle that's going to be very frequently spammed.
Again, now Loud are able to fall back into these more passive positions. Tui's about to be put under pressure, but the fact is he'll probably just fall back off of this, call for some rotations. And you can see Loud are starting to group up together to potentially make a play back into mid. Now this is being watched by Smoggy, and because of that they are just going to have to fall back. Chichu potentially wanting to try and find some sort of trade, but in the meantime they have again completely given up this A site. But as we've already witnessed, Loud are very happy to go for the retake.
Might be one player shy. Chichu was patient. An angle that was checked before many times by Loud on the way back through, but they decided to leave it open this time. That's going to delay the rotates to A, and even allow EDG to get into position on the post plants. Although Chichu might not be there to help them out, I don't think he's expecting QCK to be quite that close. I will take him out of the retake for a while, buy some time for the squad of EDG to bunker down. They don't know where these players from the side of Loud are. I mean, again, QCK is on the other side of the universe.
The paranoia could be perfect.
They've gambled it the right way, but there's no one to follow up on it. There's no one there. QCK is caught. Okay, Howdong's in a good position, only the one to be found. They know where Smoggy is, so they're holding the angle. Clean as can be. Nobody, though, still holding strong. He sees the shoulder, but he can't get the arrow off. Or the bullets either. Couldn't decide. 3 rounds for Loud.
Yeah, they've been good in these retakes. I thought for a moment that paranoia looked like it could catch all 3 players as they went for the retake, but wasn't quite placed out. Well, it was placed well, but there wasn't anybody to actually capitalize off it. And then in the end, it just came down to some slightly shaky fights. The Hunter's Fury as well, close to being devastating, but close is not going to win you these rounds. Still, though, EDG are going to be able to bounce back once again. They still have the finances available to them to invest in this round. Now, the A site, they've been able to get into the post plants. I actually think a lot of their problems right now is the fact that they are trying to play the map so much. I think they've been given quite a lot of opportunities on A, but they always have a deficit by the time they get there.
And you know, when you think about how those retakes were established for Loud, 30 seconds before Spike goes down, you have players being dropped, you have QCK miles out of position, even caught on the rotate as well. Despite that, they're still able to get a good stranglehold over the site. You can see why they're confident on the retake game. Now EDG, this time focus on B, but there's a flank watch from Chichu. He's caught 2 players pushing up, but I don't know that he has a way out this time. Stun was good, and they're closing the distance with a Phoenix Flash soon to round the corner, and Chichu's in so much trouble. But in the meantime, the spike's being planted, so Loud again have to go for the retake, but as we've said, they're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, they've done really well to isolate the flank every single time. Chichu hasn't managed to really get anything. And now it's up to the heroes on the other side to try and hold this one down. QCK off to a flyer. Khan waiting on the corner, looks away, still manages to snap back. But again, it comes down to 1. Nobody already spawning the first. Just looking to try and wrap back around into that 1v1. The dart should reveal the player on the spike, knows exactly where Sadak is. I'm waiting for him to try and tap that. It's gonna come down to 1. And Sadak is a safe pair of hands once again. Loud will convert a 4th round into their favor. And for EDG, it's close, but no cigar.
Sadak's been leading by example in so many of these rounds. A big one for him to close out. This should be giving them a pretty good lead, as I expect EDG to take a much lighter buy. Going to be some serious deficits for them. On the way back in, we're seeing again and again that this squad, when they have disadvantages, they're able to fight their way through. With the advantages, it got close this time. They're still winning those clutches, and that's all they need. And the weakness is actually not that apparent on the side of EDG. They're going for all light shields, which is allowing them 4 rifles to play with. So still some very good potential to this buy from the attackers.
My ultimate's ready. You look at the ults, that's the major deficit that they have, already getting the run it back online. Hunter's Fury, again, they look perfectly set up if they end up in a retake. And that's what Loud have been playing for in these rounds. Good start, though. Getting rid of Cowsy and also getting rid of a boatload of utility. And EDG are not going to just run off the back of that entry kill. You could see a fast rotation in from Sadak, and instead, they're looking to fall back to the other side of the map.
I know exactly where you are.
I mean, we've seen this a couple of times from EDG. Now with a little bit more information to play with, they're still seeing that these positions are being held, and Loud previously pushed up on A to try to seize this space. That's not the play this time, and it's Red on the other side. Chichu sees that. He wants to take the space for himself. A very late flank. 35 seconds left on the clock while he's creeping up elbow. We see the B site under heavy threat. Less in the corner. He hasn't been pushed out of it, but now he's being spotted. This could spell danger. Nobody being tracked. And he's down low. So is Haodong. Everybody, in fact, has seen their fair share of combat. Haodong, though, wants to take down Les. Forced forward, and Tui's was waiting. A quick double for him. A triple, in fact. And it looks like it's all sealed. QCK as well. He's running it back and taking down Smutty. Little showmanship for 5-2.
They look like they're right back in the driver's seat. A shaky start to this map for Loud, but 4 rounds in a row once again. They have just looked superior so far throughout this map. And the funny thing is, on the entry, you watch both players at the back of site have all of their utility taken away. The second it comes back online, the snake bites are perfect. The counter utility, the smokes they're putting down, just making things so much more awkward. And then also you just have Tui just pop in anyone's head that even looks at him for a second.
Well, I think that's also part of it. You have Les in the corner firing with his rifle, letting them know he's there. He throws the snake bite, player gets close, and as soon as the second one's fired, he's running at him to punish him. But not able to. Now when Tui's is there, quick shut down to this round with 3 fast kills. QCK right down on mid, and so is the whole force of Loud. You know, 4-player mid push with a Phoenix leading charge. It's not easy to deal with that. Chichu's the last
I got B, guys.
alive.
Guys, I've got B.
On the upside,
B is clear.
They've kept their credits for the next round, Tom. That's I think they're pretty thankful for that now.
Yeah, he had one hero rifle to try and do some damage, and the worst thing is that I feel like they've already made the realization that he must have pushed through behind them. Nice shots from Chichu. They need a whole lot more, but somehow Sadak, even when he doesn't have his gun in hand, still manages to just dodge the bullets. 6-2. It's a little bit more costly than maybe it should have been, but I don't think Loud are going to care. An operator in hand in EDG, I feel like we're right back on Icebox again. 5 rounds in a row, a pause taken, and the coaching staff once again given a chance to try and stem the bleeding.
At least there's already been a bit more promise to this attack side, though. When we saw this pause come in early on Icebox, it definitely felt like it was a bit frantic. And it proved to be as the map went on. Loud had them read like a book. This time around, EDG can't afford to have that happen again, but there's a major difference, which is that Concon is online. I think now they've sharpened their weapon from the last map. They just need to find the crack in that armor to take these players down. There's not been too many weaknesses on display for Loud in this series. They've only lost 4 rounds so far.
Yeah, their retakes on the A side have been sublime, so much so that they were pretty happy to actually give it up. And then their hold on the B side with Les at the back of it have also been fantastic. Now, he's only there with 3 kills, but it's just the counter utility that comes out, Tui's the support that's there. And then obviously at times, QCK just taking that aggressive push. And as we've said, throughout this tournament, he has been one of those players that's under the microscope. He's replacing big shoes, whether that player didn't make it to this event or not. He's a talking point, and in the last 2 maps, honestly, he's been sublime. He has been a nuisance for EDG to deal with. Top of the board right now. Here we go. EDG with an investment, rifles onto the board. As said, A-site has been a good place for them to get in. The problem is, the retakes from Loud have been on point.
This is it, Tom. Like, you know, Tui's posted on this angle up in hand. Game hasn't really got started for EDG yet. An opportunity to claim this A side as their own, and oh no, right away. The timing is found, the space is taken, and Tui's is right back out of there.
Hey, he just leaves.
He's set up again for another angle with the op. It's going to be smoked off, but my goodness, Tom, this is not an ideal start for EDG.
No.
Nobody down. They're not going to have a lot of info on the way through.
But the thing is as well, Loud aren't just sitting there. They've already taken B main control, realizing there's no one there, so the rest of the team are able to rotate in early. They're able to claim so much space because the fact is the lurks from Chichu have failed every single time. So they're already there just pounding utility into these players. Chichu's desperately hoping to try and find something, but you expect it to be searched for, and it may not even be needed. The flash from QCK is also just perfect. Howdong low, and they're waiting. Les is just watching. He knows that Chichu's eventually going to try and make his move. The fact is, Loud at this point are just reading the script. A paranoia into the back, the blinded player stuck. A Molotov that they step into. This is all just perfect. Loud can do no wrong, and Howdong, he has to wipe the entire squad, and QCK is instant on the trade. They're running a clinic on EDG at the moment. Just fantastic from Loud.
Run it back, and Viper's Pit online for next. 2 away from the Rolling Thunder on Kawanzin with 7 rounds on the board. And near no promise for the side of EDG to get back into this series. The door is being shut on them, Tom. And I mean,
so
like every single piece of this replay is so good. You mentioned the push-up on B main. It gave them a little bit of information, but from there, the rotate comes in. Les leaves B main, moves to mid, waits for the lurk. I mean, if they had the coach's notes in front of them, they still couldn't predict it that well, mainly because I don't think they'd be able to read them.
You never know. They're a team of many talents at this stage. 2Es maybe in a little bit more trouble than we've seen before as they look to put the pressure on much faster. I don't mind this approach from EDG. The fact is, a lot of the time they've been given this control by Loud. They're already going to spot the Sadak is here early. Again, though, when you have a run it back in play, you're more than happy to just go for a retake. Hunter's Fury thrown out. Nobody just desperately trying to find an opening kill. That's one of the things that EDG have pretty much failed to get in almost every single round. After shock and spam! What from Kawanzin? He just predicted where his opponent was going to go. Run it back now in. Utility set up to try and play QCK into position. They're watching for it, but he still takes down Kankan. That advantage was never had. The spam almost eliminating Howdong. Wallbang in. It's just one left. They're cleaning house. Loud making this look so easy. Another flawless round to make it 8-2.
It's a hard one to find hope in, but I can swing it. Hope for EDG? Maybe not. Hope for Loud in the future of this tournament?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yes.
If they keep playing like this, they're back in contention, because that's been the thing that's sort of been a bit shaky for them so far, is they've not looked bad, but they've not looked like Loud.
Yeah,
this is looking like Loud. This is looking like a Champions winner. This is looking like a team that have been at many events before.
They have looked like Loud. They've just looked like Loud at a Masters event, not Loud at any other event. But now, finally, we're seeing this team at a Masters be able to put up numbers. 1 map already secured. More than halfway to getting this one. And EDG, they haven't even got off the starting point. 2 rounds on their attack. 1 player already lost to start this, and it's Chichu. This is why you're going to see those breaks pumped way down. They have to watch B, they have to watch A pushes, and with those extremities being watched, there's only 1 man you're going to rely on to try to punch through this defense. It was Kankan, sent through for spams, finds nothing. They are just looking for an opportunity right now.
Do you know, I wonder if, like, Genji is out there going, well, we can't play them again, right? Because we already played them. And then Senna going, well, they're from our region, so we can't play them again, right? It's just like both seeing who can make the better excuse as to why they don't want to play Loud, because I wouldn't want to face them. Of all the teams we're seeing, look to make it to the playoffs. They're looking fearsome. Now a gap, well, it was left for a millisecond. Sadak, I think there might have even been a flicker of a knife in his head for just a moment. 30 seconds. They have no map control. They are just looking to take it to the elbow. The flash, perfect. He hasn't killed anyone yet, but QCK, he just slaughtered every member remaining of EDG. Any questions that were being asked of this man now? Gone. Gone. 18 of 5. He's had a field day on the defensive side. Phoenix.
Yeah, we've talked a little bit about him struggling to break through to sites at the entry role, but I'm not even sure what role I'd call this. He's just shooting people. He's
playing attack on defense.
18 and 5, 9-2. EDG, one last chance to put a round on the board here on the attacking side, make it 9-3 at the half. It's not a lot of hope, but it's a damn side better than what they'll be facing otherwise. Coming into it, they're up against a Viper's Pit, they're up against a Rolling Thunder, as well as just what Loud have been bringing to the table again and again.
Has Les actually used the Viper's Pit the whole half? I think he just used it now because he was like, oh.
I think that is the first. I mean, when have they needed it?
No,
You know,
exactly.
Unless you're going to lock down B main, which again hasn't really been challenged for that aggressively and certainly not successfully from EDG. There's
Using
been
it for
no
banner.
pressure, zero pressure from this squad.
You know the little like challenges you get? He's just like, oh, I've got to do my challenge, so I'll just use my ult in the last round.
yeah, I got to use one more ult to get my points.
He's trying to complete the battle pass, guys. Come on.
I mean,
okay.
Ambitious with the Rolling Thunder on the back of the reveal. This is going to be big. That's caught quite a lot of players, even towards Elbow. It's keeping Con in position. The ult was used. Smoggy can be revived. So Loud might want to compete for mid control. Maybe this can work out for EDG to force another fight. Instead, Kawanzi wants to try to get a little angle. He's got a spam on it, but he's traded out. That's what EDG wanted. The man advantage sits in their favor as they move towards B, and they're bypassing this Viper's Pit entirely. Sadik needs to be careful here. He's playing a risky game up against Con. The flank is underway as well. Look, Chichu's thread the needle straight through.
Yeah, the thing is, it might actually end up banned from. I think the steps will be heard, so he should be able to catch Tui's this time.
Sadik can stop it.
He's been expected, and even still, it's looking like they might finally get another round. Not quite anything for Sadak, and now it's left on to Les. Finally, after a long hiatus from the board, we do see another round, the last round of the half, go the way of EDG. But let's be real, Mitch, this has not been a pleasant outing for them.
No, it absolutely hasn't. EDG coming up against Loud. I think we were all expecting this to be a close one after what we saw from EDG in this tournament so far. The Paper Rex game, for God's sake. But here is Loud, a team we talked about being on weakened form. And they've got 9 rounds set to close this series out 2-0. EDG need a lot of hope. I'm not the one to find it. Maybe we can hear some words of encouragement from Haodong after his last game.
大家好，我是 EDG 的浩东，在队内担任 IGL， 还有烟卫，感觉自己还需要很多调整的地方吧。其实他们打的东西一直是一成不变的吧，我个人感觉是这样的。但是其实今天的失败的更多原因是来源于我们自身吧。应对的方式很简单，首先我觉得失利首先是从游戏内容吧，先从游戏内容里面抓问题，然后再从游戏外面再抓心态上面的问题。 我们队伍其实大家都会互相承担一些问题吧，然后我觉得我们队伍不会出现那种一场失败就把整个人击垮的这种人吧。
Be aware of this, and even as the turret comes back up for a moment, it's too late. They've already gotten past, and it's Con, the danger man. Now operator in hand, dash online, Bladestorm in the back pocket, and he's making his way forward. He's making noise while the rest of his team come in to fill the gaps.
每次打世界赛吧，大家本身抱有的心态就是，这其实是最后一次世界赛，大家每次都是带着这种心态来的，包括下一场比赛，还有包括昨天对阵 Paper Rex 的比赛，其实都是一个最后一次世界赛的心态去面对的。我想说就是，可能在职业选手这整个职业生涯里面，可能会打很多次世界赛吧，然后包括我们其实每次都会觉得这一次世界赛有可能是我们5个人的最后一次世界赛。我想着就肯定是，就是说白了珍惜每一次机会嘛，然后把每一次都当成最后一次来打。 如果说这样的话，其实个人觉得是更能发挥我个人。
Well, learning from defeat for EDG. They'll certainly have a lot to learn from this series so far, Tom, but it's not a defeat yet. 9-3.
The Loud Science is so, they're so good, but they're so toxic. Did you see that one?
No, I didn't.
Will it be a QCK 2-0?
Oh. Quick 2-0, I like it. I like it.
They're master of puns.
Going out. Especially because he's got Quick 1 in his name as well. Would it be a Quick 1? That would have been good as well, but it's fine. Forgive it.
Here we go. Leading the charge is QCK. He has been fantastic in this matchup so far. 18-6. A-side going to be completely under their control. Now the same idea is in play from EDG. We've seen a lot of teams go for the retake on this side. Paranoia still available, shock darts, an extra flash for Smoggy. They have the utility to do it. The question is, did Loud even let them get that far?
Well, there's certainly been a lot of promise on the Loud retakes, like you said. EDG look to capture some of that magic. Smokes are down. The retake's underway. Flank spotted as well. Loud have a good idea of exactly what EDG are trying to do. The crunch comes in and they're ready. Con dropped right away, but a quick fight back. EDG still have some life in them with Smoggy picking up another. It's down to a 2v2, but QCK stands strong. Nice shot by Smoggy, but the molly at his feet. Too hot to handle. 10 rounds for Loud.
He's looking like a different beast today, but genuinely. This QCK is someone that was clearly seen by... That's the thing, at this point, I think that you could give Sadak anybody, and if he goes, yeah, he's good to go, we've just got to believe it. It wouldn't matter who it is at this point. I think he could bring back some, like, 40-year-old FPS player. Maybe he could bring back Lothar. No, sorry.
FPS player? I don't know about that. If it was
Hey, he plays Valorant.
It was a card game version, sure.
Wow, toxic. I believe in you, Lothar. Here we go. 10-3. This flash. Well, plays. Kawasi's just taking down the two players who are lined up ready. QCK is looking to try and heal himself back up. Bear in mind, Konkon has actually invested an interesting one. I didn't expect to see a Spectre light shields, but I guess just the scenario so bleak, he was hoping that maybe he could bridge the gap with some... Not even that, a hero Spectre. I don't know if that's ever been said, and well, I understand what he was going for there, trying to hit a timing on the player droning, but it's safe to say Sadak had friends waiting by.
Well, the pistol rounds have been going to Loud again and again. This time, though, they're able to build on the back of it. This is the real tragic thing. Just look at the timeline there. Round 2 and 3 went to EDG. They upset them on that second round. I even remember, Tom, I said, now we've got a game on our hands, didn't I? I had to say that. Here we are. And for EDG, you know, there's a lot to talk about in their previous games. In this one, though, 5 rounds across the series so far. Loud have just had complete control. Their buy round here represents a chance to put the foot down, at least make this scoreline a little bit closer. But again, the man winning those opening duels doesn't change. He's taken damage and now finally dropped. And Konkon's made it out a lot. Kawanzin's dead to the nade. He just stood in it. Smoggy's taken down less. Okay, well, it started out poorly, but it's been recovered. It was starting to be recovered nicely by the side of EDG. Not again. Not in rounds like this. Chichu, the player pushes a smoke against him, and he wins it. Come on. Loud just can't lose.
Senjata lu kambing.
Script is right, and it's not for EDG.
Got 3 kills pushing through smokes.
12-3. I could chop up every one of those kills and say EDG were unlucky in every single one. They should have won that round.
I can't believe the 2Es has just got away with that. That's absurd. Like every single one of these is him just peeking into an angle, puts a smoke down, runs out the smoke, kills a guy, goes back into the smoke, runs back out the smoke again, and kills another guy. And it just... Even Sadak's face is like, that was just dirty. Oh, I feel a little bit ill. 12-3.
How do you think EDG feel on that stage?
Oh, we've casted fast best of 3s in the past.
Had our fair share.
Yeah. Gambit versus Crazy Raccoon. That was the one. That was one to remember. That was maybe even a little bit quicker than this.
Occupies a very small slot of my memory.
Here we go.
Can store that in a $2 USB. Well, 9 chances to close it out. Based on what we've seen so far, you know, Tom, it's anyone's game. Not really. This has got to be the one time. It's a concrete conclusion. This timeout from EDG, I definitely admire them for taking it.
They'll get to stay on the stage a little bit longer.
Oh no. Doubled their time on stage on this map. No, I'm kidding. But maybe they will. Not just because of the timeout, but because of the rounds they'll win following it. EDG won my heart. I even remember on the desk yesterday, I said, it's a team I've massively underestimated. The second I stop underestimating them,
RDG homesick cok mau pulang.
But I think, as you said earlier, the one real benefit, well, the one only benefit, is the fact that we are seeing Loud in terrifying form and looking to make their way through to the playoffs. Playoffs that, well, we definitely want to see them if they're going to continue up their run like this. Smoggy, flash is good, but less is there. Playing counter once again. Chichu about to be under some serious pressure. They're trying to counter out QCK, but he ain't stopping. He knows there's a guy stuck in the corner, and he's going to clear him out and take down Karkan as well. This man has started off this map in real form, and he's looking to finish it the same way. Kawazid is going to put another in the dirt. It's left all onto nobody, and the fact is nobody is standing in Loud's way, closing out this series. A obliteration of EDG as Loud make their way to the playoffs easily.
looks like the curse is finally broken for their Masters runs. They've made it deep into the tournament. Top 4, and they've looked so damn good doing it. When we talk about teams looking weaker, Loud were top of the list coming into this event. We thought they would do well. They struggled, they stumbled, but my God, they found their feet. On the other side, EDG, GG and well played indeed. This
nggak jelas cowok main gitu begitu ya. Caur banget cok. Game lagi. Nah. 3 bener-bener bot track cok. Ini bener-bener bot track ini.
Match found.
Guys,
Tuh kayaknya
gua mencet lu mau jadi tim cek. Ratatatata. Dararara.
The enemy omens like me. He'll try to get behind us. Watch your backs.
Nah. La na 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 na. Ya ampun. Kenapa? Bisa digeser? Nggak ada.
Zombie.
Ada siapa sih nggak bakal sini, Cok? Ya ampun. Yang bener aja lu, buset dah. Ya ampun.
Hold on. You see?
No one to interrogate.
No.
They forgot who they're dealing with.
Main palat sini ini. Ada garis kan ini? Gak ada nih. Di smoke masih kawan. Garis kepalanya, Cok. Lord diambil, Cok. Emang diambil Lordnya? Diambil. Mati. Cuma dua. Mati ya? Tembak sama sniper kali ya? Gue nge-heal deh. Ini kan overkill. Lihatnya force boy, Cok. Ya ampun. Ternyata nggak pas kepala itu ya.
Spike planted. Player standing.
Aminyu mana beli deh, Cok. Gak ikut aja yang force boy. Ganteng. Kena tag gue, Cok. Di smoke masih sampai biru di smoke aneh. Tuhan.
I know exactly.
Kampret, ya ampun. Mau ngelempar bom gue, Cok.
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
Ah,
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Gotcha.
ngelempar bom smoke hilang kambing. Lawak.
Remember, wipe the prints from your guns. It's just good crime.
Tapi Gekko ngepas mulu, Cok.
Aku cincang.
Mengapa sih Mirdong itu? Di semua kamu masih Mirdong ini, Cok. Gak ngerti gue.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Ngapain di semua sama dia ya? Ya ampun, gak paham gue, Cok.
Give me a moment. I need to think.
Ada. Musuhnya kejebak sini. Si Mirdong di semok, Cok. Jelas sama gue.
Time to jump.
Gak ngerti gue. Ada.
Okay.
Reloading.
Player standing. Spike planted.
Susah. Kita
They mess with all of us.
Satchel out.
ada.
Reyna killed.
Mana? Guys, kat mana guys?
Spike down B.
Decoy. Woman can TP out.
Enemy remaining.
Cage triggered.
Reloading.
30 seconds left.
Run, little man.
Share gaming lagi, Cok.
No. Planting B.
Spike planted.
Bang.
Jelas ini orang. Party Indo nih kayaknya. Ada mulai.
Defuse the spike.
My thanks.
Udah malam-malam gini. Udah.
Here.
Main dia. Ampun.
Here.
Angkat main
Time
kok.
to jump.
Headshot. My ultimate is ready.
Ya ampun. Aku kaget. Wah. Lumayan itu kayaknya tuh.
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
Out of charges.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. 30 seconds left.
I'm back. Oh, I saved a day. Cutting through.
Lama nih bobonya, Cok.
Ain't no way. Yoru, you
Main cepet ya, udah main lu. Keren sekali. Udah di stage lagi, Cok. Kampret.
Okay, let's get set up.
Time to jump.
I know exactly where you are.
Enemy spotted.
Oh iya, rute yang bawah tadi.
Spike planted.
Here.
Last player standing.
The dimension
Baru main dong ini, Cok.
is thin. I'll take
Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
Can you boost? Boost.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Ya ampun. Cepat Cok saya, Cok.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Spike down. Last player standing.
Same old tricks.
Satchel out. Satchel out. One enemy remaining. Last round before the switch.
Gun.
Galing 59 nih. Oke. Kira bukan setengah satu
I know
kan?
exactly where you are. This camera taken out.
Spike planted.
Zaga.
Last player standing.
Cutting through. I'm fake teleport.
Bawa spike lompat openness.
Switching sides.
Never show weakness. Never.
Kok aja saya dia. Oke. Penting gua nggak setel sendiri gitu kan.
I need to blow something up. Nightmare's over. One enemy remaining.
If you lose focus, you die. Breathe when it's over.
Hit him when they're not looking. One pitch back.
Ya ampun, gue ke kanan gue cok.
Spike down B.
Cutting through.
Mat. Ngapain itu wingman kamu?
One enemy remaining.
This
Ini diri. Trapnya nggak terlalu ini. Oke, map bind Lotus Ascent.
Let's flush them out.
Ya ampun,
Spike down A.
malah nembak yang satu lagi, Cuk.
One enemy remaining.
Ini yang lawak kan. Udah mulai, Cuk.
They found my wire.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Nah,
Pero like, why can't we just hug it out?
diambil sama dia, Cuk. Kampret.
I have the spike.
I'll return.
Ya ampun.
Satchel out.
Smoke, smoke, smoke.
Spike planted. My ult ready.
Reload.
Get him.
Ya ampun.
One enemy
Telat
remaining.
masih.
Fake teleport. It's my earth. Now get out.
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
Ini emang gak bisa main sih. Ini nunggu nih.
My camera is this.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Malah maju soal.
Last player standing.
Bodoh malah maju. Enggak dong.
Where are you?
Ya ampun. Di pick ternyata, Cok.
Spike down B.
Marah lama cos kambing-kambing ini.
Gecko.
Put that. Where is everyone hiding? My ultimate is ready.
Knife, fruit, knife.
Someone's there.
Nunggu sama siapa nih cok?
One enemy remaining.
Last city.
Run, little man. Sana, sana. I found them.
Yalah, kambing lama kali kok.
I'll cut through.
There. Here.
Ya ampun,
Spike down A.
sebenarnya nggak kesemok kampret.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
I'll handle this. I'm back.
Blink and they'll catch up.
Mulai cok.
There. Here.
Tear them down.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Against the world.
Match point.
One last push.
Itu lagi, come on. Cok. Aja deh. Gampang.
Reload.
Ya ampun, menembak kapan?
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Toxin screen down.
I'll pick them apart. You clean up whatever's left. I need a drop. I need a drop. I need a drop. Sam.
I will.
Kambing. ampun, gak kena dong. Kapan tuh, Cok? Oke, thank you.
Last hell.
Here.
I don't know.
Wiped clean.
Akhirnya, Cok, kelar.
So much learned.
Ini buka ini lama banget, Cok. Gak nongol lagi.
Look, we're not allowed.
3-0, Cok.
Right, no fun allowed. How dare you request it? Oh, it's broken the back of Carmine Core. And if you're the Carmine Core fans out there, right, you're kind of hoping that they came out with a strong start. Maybe correct a little bit, maybe that confidence deficit they would have been playing with after being kind of pushed around. A lot of people saying they've been performing under expectation, which I think is a fair critique. Because there was such high hopes for this team coming out of kickoff, and they looked exceptional, but hasn't quite lived up to that. And again, the pace is unrelenting. Look at this, Monnier and something instantly dominating the space, and it's going to force them to respect this. I would say Magnum is a little behind enemy lines, but can he make anything of it?
It's going to be tough. With only a Sheriff in hand yet. Sure, yeah, all land.
Are they going? Yeah, the gap closing now. Monnier going to be put to test, put to task. Oh, that's rough. Blinded, and Monnier just popping off. Yeah, farm him up. Even spotting the right there. Over towards Shybox. This guy's on for it. He's absolutely on the money today.
Gila, Cahyadi anjing bangke, Cahyadi bangsat. Chat. Buset. Bangke Cahyadi an.
Argue MEA counterpart setting them up for failure today, stoking the fire of Paper X.
And you're absolutely right, isn't it? You're almost seething if you're thinking about Heretics.
Cahyadi, Cok, anjir.
Just play it down a little bit, yeah.
Just relax, be humble, be like the fans on Twitter. Be, you know, how dare you give it, you know?
Neilzinho hate club has just grown exponentially.
Poor old Neilzinho, man. Oh, God bless him. Well, let's see, does, I think it's Martin there on the other side, yep. Lovely early protocols. Again, we often kind of compliment Carmine Core and other teams with that, you know, the protocol list, and oh, you've got Eng in there, you know, you've really got, you know, those glimmers of Gambit, all of that. Fluff, but you've got to give credit where it's due as well. Paper X, yeah, like, they're a little bit more simplistic at times in the way they approach the game. Obviously, mechanically is their high point, but they're still very diligent about any of these clears, always very heads up in their work.
That's the definition of thriving in the chaos. They're able to create it and benefit from it. A few other teams have. Slow down here at least by the poison orb. Snakebite to follow up.
Right there.
Monya chomping at the bit, taking a very aggressive angle here.
Well, he's had Magnum's number. This time it's Forsaken, but it could have been either. He's absolutely been dominating this site. Now they're going to try and play in a little bit mid-tempo almost. Carmine will try and take a little bit of space back here, but there's going to be no reason to fear them. They've been sweeping
Cahyadi, Cok, lagi gacor nih Cahyadi, Cok.
He is just a demon. You can't get away from him everywhere they go. It's only Shin to bite back so far, and even then, just about converting onto Monnier, but there's the back lines. There's still something with that operator. Still willing to take a chance. Does Martin get any more play off this? Couple flashes, but not a lot of time. One close. Yeah, Forsaken not even going to let him get off that spike. Paper X in full form here, Mike, and Carmine Core don't have an answer.
No, expecting a timeout pretty soon.
Yeah.
Carmine Core to take stock and maybe come up with a way to really try and control the early round here, because Paper X, one of the worst things you can do is give them freedom. Give them space to, you know, do what Monya's doing here. Take really aggro pathing with your satchels. Get up in the faces. And bring the fight to you. It's very hard to sit back and play retake versus a team like Paper X. Because they always convert this space into a kill, maybe two. But there's very few options, to be honest with you, other than fight fire with fire.
Yeah, it is that choice, isn't it? Okay, we can sit super deep, play full retake, but
Paper X will keep pushing.
Of course,
you give them back. You give them backside, they go spawn. They go deeper and deeper.
So take space elsewhere, try and hold some part of it, but it's easier said than done. Teams with, you know, even bigger experience of struggle in this case. A lot of people, and when we talk bigger picture, Mike, while we're in this timeout, a lot of people look at Loud and go, okay, are they in championship form? You know, and how do they fare in this? You can't turn that gaze away from Paper X either, because they're the ones who got to, you know, champs finals. They're one of the old gods at this tournament. They've still held on. Yes, there's been some roster changes. That's not a surprise. But still, they have that potential, and it scares me because round by round and kill by kill, I feel like we're getting closer to what makes them almost untouchable. Carmine, of course, certainly not touching it right now.
Yeah. One yet leading the charge, 10-2. Looking fired up once again today.
Masih lihat 5 ronde masih 0 kill, Cok. 0 assist nih.
Coming online here for Carmine Court. Martin still sitting on his, but away from the Seekers. Showstop around the corner as well, potentially. The next buy round for KC.
Yeah.
It's looking to explore towards B long here. Now Martin does have a TP, but it's very quickly going to get cancelled out. Yeah, he's cancelled out himself here. A pace change for Paper X.
Different site too. We've seen them hammering that A site. A little bit of the stack was in play. Nice from Shin, but just the teeth marks left in the corpse.
Alah, mati nih Ilya nih.
Down to 4 apiece. A little bit of a pause here. Maybe trying to identify where some of these players may be. They've got to have a good idea.
Alah, cuma nembak si kambing dia.
What was that?
They're just in full troll mode here in this anti.
Masih malah nembak.
Left one posted up here. Mind Freak try and police these weapons. I mean, it's an operator, so you know KC are going to want it. Narrate the first to identify Mind Freak's position. Yeah, KC now.
They're running. They're just
thinking better of it.
I mean, the guy's the Iceman. You know what I mean? You don't mess with that kid. He's just wild. But at this point, you're looking for silver linings and small bonuses. And Magnum has connected towards Divide, but actually going for the Seekers too. They're really committing on this one. Flash's turn. Something's got a little bit of a heal here, so ult's going to come in, but they're going to run low on time. Keep your mind towards Monnier as well. Still in the case, still in the mix. He has been a monster so far.
But they didn't know where it was.
He's been outdone.
Aduh, sayang banget, Cok, malah miss. Saya.
KC were looking towards showers.
They had no
Masih
idea.
ngapain lanjutin?
They get away with daylight robbery on that one.
Well, even at that moment, you're questioning the investment of the Seekers from Magnum, but KC explode back into this retake.
Hey, they needed that, Mike.
Stop the momentum. Potentially, I mean, Martin full commits.
Trying.
Coming out, yeah, Tomazzi, I don't know, maybe the position was made, but he's looking towards bench and showers here. Luckily, a second teammate to pick up the slack. Right, gonna get aggressive here. And there's bodies. There are plenty down here.
Okay, you said it before, fight fire with fire, and they are setting Monnier ablaze. They're gonna carry on. Martin willing to challenge. They're getting down and dirty. Something has quelled some of that aggression by taking away Martin, but still, they have the man advantage for the first time in what feels like forever.
Fast flank coming through as well. You can see already progress outside of hookup. Paper X got to be conscious of that now.
Clearing with both of them. That was fortunate not to be at that point. Very nearby. Narrate needs to be careful because they've already slipped a little ahead. He might have heard Forsaken and he definitely knows someone's close by, so maybe trying to evade that.
What? He just stepped out of the cove.
Oh god, and Device right here. They've got
Nice.
Quick break. Look, you can try and play Paper X in their own game, but they are damn good at it themselves. And there was just some audacious moments in that.
I mean, it's one of those moments when Narate's probably thinking, yeah, it'd be crazy if this guy just walks out of his own smoke or cove or whatever it is. Something able to get a, I guess, a benefit of timing here. Avoiding the boom bot. Unable to get traded because of the dismiss. But Monnier facing the showstopper. You hear the audio cue. It's one of those things, a tale as old as time.
You can do it once, you ain't going to be able to do it twice. Something now holding for this aggression. You can see him chomping at the bit, though. He wants in.
Allah,
Tomasi. That was bold to hold that angle. Again, this is welcome to deathmatch.
Yeah.
Welcome. This is now just.
This is the sort of thing that you want to see from K. You don't want to see them lose an opening duel and then back up and look to absorb a site hit. That's just not going to work versus PaperX. If they're allowed to execute onto you, I mean, Mindfreak's going to find himself a wide open.
Sentinel tuh kaç.
The penny, the penny has dropped after Tomazzi's challenge. Again, you can't really fault it. Like I said, Tomazzi's posted up, almost posturing a little bit that, yeah, we're going to fight for this site. PaperX at another situation where it's just, they're not willing to show any respect.
Spike plant.
A Molly here, orbital strike, showstopper, plenty of post-plant possibilities here. I was just wondering, actually, how quick this flank's going to come through, but yeah, Mindfreak's
got to be aware of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, he dropped the smoke. He's back on it now.
Yeah.
He's going to look to orbital strike just for the dog.
Allah, nggak kena, Cok.
Not ideal in that, and now
Nice.
Forsaken going to play forward. PaperX still.
Okay, nice, Cahya.
Divide and
Wait.
Forsaken in unison. Send them packing. Carmine Court are trying. They are trying to play this scrappy game, and it just isn't working for them.
Cahaya udah mulai, Cok, nih.
Fortunately, here now, I have a lot of scoreboard pressure in this first half. A 6-round deficit. Really seen too much of a switch up here from PaperX, but still seemingly a decent read on the early round. Able to punish this aggression down A short time and time again.
They've got to change this scoreline somehow. Otherwise, Carmine Core, their backs will be breaking from the heavy heart just looking at that scoreboard. It's brutal to play against mentally, because you're trying to pick yourself up to be confident, take challenges against a team who are running you down. And again, a little bit of variation coming out from PaperX here, looking at trying to adjust towards that B side, or at least an early indication of it. TP committed to, it looks like. Actually, no, going to decide to back away.
Now they're almost faking that they've rotated, creating all this pressure, dumping all this util, but all it is a switch up towards B long. But Magnum's going to sniff out.
That was good information there in the Seekers, but they are going to go on this. I'm waiting to see Monnier dive in here. They've got to know that Tomasi is still around as well. You can see the Lears there. Martin has found Mindfreak, but they've got the site control. You can already see that they've started to really place their banner on this site. Look for the flanks, look for the pressure on the back lines. We need that plant to come in for at least a little bit of safety for PaperX, which they've got right about now. 4v5, it gets dicey.
Forsaken coming through hookah.
Gotta invest that little bit of utility to try and keep them further away.
Look at the reflank though. Look at Device's position.
That could be huge.
He's got to get there quick though.
Timing, can something hold them back? Can he buy a couple of seconds here? That's all he needs, a couple of seconds. Device done so well. He does catch Shin.
Nice.
Forsaken then called in. It is just methodical in approach. It's a 2v2.
Relax, Cahya. Nice, Cahya.
Towards the site. It's just Magnum left alive, and that is just not gonna work out. PaperX, just outstanding right now. This is them in final full form in my mind.
They have plans on plans. I mean, it's almost automatic as soon as the Trailblazer comes down long.
Yeah.
PaperX know they have to be explosive. Capitalize on that timing, get ahead of the rotation of KC. Again, you can't even really fault. You look at the minimap here, and when PaperX freeze on this first wave, the first pressure out towards hookah, KC are immediately rotating. They know that PaperX are trying to find these timings. I think now PaperX starting to play with that a little bit.
Subverting expectations.
It's the pressure now. KC is so desperate to get a round win up. They want to be so active around the map that they create these holes themselves.
This is that experience in play. Again, we can give Eng all the credit in the world.
PaperX have done this to countless teams, countless teams.
Best in the world, best in the world through errors at this point, keep in mind. This isn't just, a team that's only done it once during an X stint when, the meta was X, Y, and Z. No, this is a historic team who's been able to do this over a variety of errors.
Look at it now, Shin's smoked down
long. Look what they've done to him.
This is all on the back of just the one wall coming through, but Playbreaks might have a mystery here.
Oh salah cok, misread cok.
There we go. This could be it, but they've got to make it work with very little. Martin's got to be good for it. Spots one, lets him cross. This is huge. The discipline is here, but can he drop the bodies? He can. That's two. A third needed. Not going to get it. They still have a chance here, Paper X. They're up against pistols. What is going on? Something just flew in. Narrate got a satchel kill. What the hell just happened?
One of the most bizarre MasterCard thrifties you'll ever see. Yeah. Something seemingly thinking he has double the range with a shorty. Very bizarre. And just after crediting them, this is a total misread of the situation. KC finally able to actually win out in one of those scenarios that I was saying wasn't really suiting them up until now.
Yeah. Operator on, I believe, either side yet. Narrate's got his. Something. Gonna go for it too. And now we're in a bit of a state of flux, aren't we? Things are a little bit up in the air. Are they going for those double fakes again? Are they just going to be, you know, pausing off to take maybe a little bit of space? What are they up to? Lots of question marks. This is going to put Magnum through the ringer. And already Narrate going to find something. So that's his opposing number basically removed, but the bulk of the hit is coming this way.
So Tomazi didn't actually catch the stun there. Will result in the pick coming out in response. Big ultimate to draw out this early on. Tomazi did actually take some damage there.
He's got to be careful.
Among that exchange. Do have a third member here. Narrate has come across with the operator just to hold elbow, yeah.
There.
Problem for Shin. I don't think he's going to take too much damage here. Actually rewarded.
Tomazi still trying to keep his head down.
It's 10 XP in here.
A little bit of spam, a little bit of a shot going astray is going to at least drop the pit for them. That's a plant now. Mind Freak and Divide. Ult going to be invested from Martin. He's going to try and lead the way. Can he spot these players out? Did he see Mind Freak slip towards elbow? That's the question, because he can try and divide and conquer. The flash is sent, they know it. This is good from Carmine Core, but can they handle him? Yes! Ult upon ult, they are investing everything. And now Divide in a 1v3. Flash still with Martin. That's about it. And yeah, that's clean from Narrate there, that's fine. He'll be happy with that. And they give themselves a window to work with Mike. It's not much, but it's there.
Like I said, you come out of this with an 8-4. Feels like a bit of a miracle with how this half kicked off.
Yeah.
KC with a course correction towards the end of this first half. I mean, look at the timeline here. Very, very quick response here from Paperex to apply this pressure towards Uka, but it's the Viper's bit that really slows them down, forces Paperex to reconsider their approach. And a crucial 4K from Narrate. Really the superstar, I guess, overall so far here in Madrid for KC.
Guy's a standout player, huge potential. Looking for an early crunch towards A. Paperex maybe waiting for that burst here. Yep, there it is. Something they depended on before. Going back to it again, it was brutal. You saw it before. It really ran rampant, but it was actually Magnum this time to hold him back. This is better, but he's not going to be alone. Narrate's trying to close the gap a little here. Might deny Forsaken, he does. Yeah. Good work. Boombot to follow, but there is a squad of 3 staring him down. The Cove is keeping them safe. Another satchel, another denial. Rotations are coming in. This is great.
It's textbook.
This is really good from Narrate. Again, from that capability before to this, but the rotation, Mike, they're taking the TP. They've got a free sight.
Yeah, something's looking for the backstab. Molly will go down. That will cut off any sort of pressure coming back through from Spawn here. Narrate, does he consider the possibility?
He's got to, right? We've seen this.
He's so conscious of taking that TP.
Oh, fight on CT though. Not going to be able to get the follow-up
Nice.
shots there. That
Nice.
is control from Devi. Delivers bullet after bullet perfectly. And now the problems for the final 2, trying to play it back towards the site. Martin looking to try and take control with that operator. Look through, see if he can spot someone out. But again, they're playing deep. They're going to make him work for it. Spots something. Over towards Long. Spots Divide. They've seen both of the players. Can they close down on them though? They're not going. Oh, they do swing ahead. I mean, it's Paperex, and apparently Narrate can see you just fine. Carmine Core just about back in this, Mike.
Something unfortunately locked out of sight here with an SMG.
no real possibility for him to get much done, but a beautiful recovery. You hate to say that at an 8-4 scoreline, but a recovery nonetheless for Carmine Court. See if the approach continues here for PaperX in the second half. Apply that same sort of aggression once again, Lauren.
Can they keep it up? Can they keep that tempo up? Carmine Core scraping together those 4 critical rounds. Is it going to be enough?
That is the question that is on our minds, because it started off quite nicely for PaperX as they were able to put a sizable amount of rounds together. But this actually takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment of this particular half. This one, we start things off with Meunier. Good to see him, really picking up where he left off yesterday.
Yeah, to me, these first 2 rounds were about KC figuring out how these side hits work, with this harbor wall pathing one way, and Meunier having a lot of different variants on how he paths into this site. They were really punishing KC early on. A big mistake to make is wanting to play back site to be able to flood back in against a team like this, so you can fight them while they're execing. But with this interesting pathing and the way that PaperX plays with timings, that's almost impossible to do. So as this half developed, we started to see, I think, some good adaptation from KC, but it was only towards the end that they really figured it out, and this guy was such a big problem to solving that.
Yeah, exactly. Time and time again. It looks like we're going to talk about Meunier every single day, but he deserves it. And I think that play was also a very, very good example. Low buy, because it's a bonus. You have the ability to float them. That's exactly what you need to do on the side of KC. By the way, I was saying the Reyna not completely sold, and I forgot for 1 second that it is something, and he only needs to be on the operator. So of course, I'm still looking at him for this defense side, because of the reason why you would play Reyna is to deny those traits potentially when you have the operator. If he has the same effect that he has in other maps, he's a very big threat.
It was a tough half for KC, but they've rallied at least 4. If they can win this pistol round, build some momentum on this half, they can be strong. Their comp is really good at fighting for
totally
extremities and having really fast rotations with the Yoru. They're comfortable here. They have their confidence now. This should be a much closer half.
Yeah, I see a KC that has woken up a little bit. I'm sure these fans are definitely adding to that momentum, but let's see if PaperX quells the fire. We're going to send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
8-4. PaperX did kick this off with a belting start. No 2 ways to put it, but Carmine Core have clawed their way back. They found a rhythm, they found a solution, and it got them 4 rounds in pocket. But Mike, do you reckon they can hold on to this?
I mean, it depends really on PaperX's willingness to apply the same sort of pressure here. No, hang on. I thought he was just sitting onto site here, Forsaken with the punish over the top of the truck.
Look at the flank. There's 4
It's so fast.
Tomasi's got to have heard. Yeah, he's heard all of this. He's just trying to keep his head down. Trying not to be spotted. Oh no, he's just eating the paranoia.
He peeked into the leer.
Oh, it's the leer. Oh no, PaperX sweep through them in the blink of an eye. Oh dear.
Flawless.
Absolutely shut down on this pistol round.
Oh, run it back for me one time, because what on earth?
I mean, credit to Forsaken. Not only does he find the kill, but stays alive long enough where this 4-man flank, I mean, isn't really necessary. It's OTT, if anything.
Yeah. Oh, was the leer coming in, and it just screwed him over, didn't it?
1 enemy remaining.
Just peeks out. Device still back here because he's dogged through. The Trailblazer comes through, opens up the first 3 players of PaperX to come in. Tomasi just peeks out of the wrong second.
Got a force coming through. Something. Oh, the judge. Devastating. I know there's going to be more pressure, but he's down low, so he's got to be a little bit careful on the HP. Martin is already back by sight, but something still doing damage. Gets the heal off and goes in for more. Carmine Core just about staying alive in this. Give themselves just a little bit of safety to get a plant.
Flank once again from short. You see it's been pinged out here. The awareness is here from KC. Magnum reflanking it. Monya, he doesn't catch them though, ahead of the smoke falling.
Alah. Cahaya.
Yeah, that's Monya dead. There's nothing he could have done. Mind freak now. Sitting pretty. What can you do against 3? 2 towards lamps. There's too many bodies there. Carmine Core. There we go. Finding a little bit of an answer there for themselves, but I was a bit worried that, honestly, something's judge was going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's scrappy as anything to kick this off. Something, again, I don't know what range he thinks he has with shotguns. He's jumping out here trying to find another kill. A round 2 flip here for KC.
Gol bang.
Well,
Kira pandal ya.
he's called it.
God, why would you say that? That's literally how you just get swept.
So, we've had so many caught in 4K moments at this event.
Oh dear. Oh.
Dipaksa, Cok.
It's Monty to
Oh,
no. Oh no.
Udah maksa ngambil Cahya kampret.
It's fine. They've got 2 Vandals.
So yeah, massive equipment advantage here.
Yep.
With Monyet and Forsaken understand the shotgun range a little better than something.
He's just ambitious. He's just a little ambitious.
You can't fault ambition.
No. Oh, there you go. Now there's the pause because you can see that
KC are kind of stunned here, yeah.
They're just like, what the hell's gone on? Because they don't have a beat on the rest of the map either, right? Like the A site's completely unknown. There could be a flank on the way. They have no clue.
Well, these are the sort of compositions that this sort of playstyle from PaperX does run rampant. With no Sentinel, there's so many question marks.
The Bucky. How does one feel about the Bucky?
I mean, if they're playing in long, they know to try and avoid the danger zone here, but Monyet, a chance to make something happen potentially here. I mean, he's inside the smoke. He's got the paint shell out. You can deny the plant at least.
I just feel like something's going to go wrong. I've just
Allah.
got a weird feeling. Okay, went to
Tomazi eats that.
Center of tube. Heal considered, but they don't really have the foundations for. Oh god! No! The Bucky! Monyet's on the side. Surely not. Shin and Magnum, please. What's going on? Monyet isn't going to get away with this now.
Cahya tadi kenapa nggak ditembak Cahya?
Grips hold of the round.
Thank God the right click of the Bucky is useless now because Shin's down at 8 HP.
Oh, I got scared.
There's a timeline where those right clicks are one-shotting Magnum.
Beaming him. We're good. This is fine. Something is such a nuisance as well. You can see him just playing out perfectly.
But the timing of this first kill as well.
Nice from back. Oh, done to him. After almost being cursed in the pre. But we do see the buy coming out now. This could be huge.
Seeker's available here for Carmine. Other side of things, something. Let's have his ultimate. Early showers control for KC. We're expecting more aggression. I mean, 30 seconds in, seems like it's going to come, and Divide is the one with the punish here.
Martin was able to scrape by with one, but the pressure isn't just on one side of the map, it's everywhere.
Oh my god. Why if he'd have lined that up?
I don't, I felt it. I got... what the hell is this game? Okay, so Tomazi has space on B, right? He's got them B site.
Problem is Shin has about as much HP as he did last round.
Oh,
nice.
Tomazi trying to make something work, make this a little more comfortable. Shin will fall as well. PaperX double digits now.
3 of them left with rifles. They can bolster that buy around it as best they can, but this crunch, it wasn't just here though. Again, run your mind back, it was also Monyet at the same time taking this space, and it just completely caught off Narrate.
One enemy remaining.
You say don't die, Fish? You say don't die?
Because again, it's like you see what, 3, potentially 4 people on this showers pinch. You're like, yeah, B's got to feel a little easy right now, guys.
Like, go.
Yeah. It's all encompassing from PaperX. And their ability to punish defaults like this it's just, it's tough to watch, but at the same time, it's beautiful.
Oh, it is. And the question is, how much can Forsaken hold on to?
Fountain.
He's being hounded, because the hunting squad is on the way, but they've completely lost the A side. Fortunately, he's going to be trying to keep himself alive. Forsaken outplays Martin perfectly, but Narrate is there to try and keep this in their favor. The spike's in CT. What?
They didn't check close right.
Tomazi played off the back of that, now position noted, but that spike's still in CT. They might make a run for it towards B. They don't know yet. They don't know how this fight's going to favor. How does it tip the scales? You still have Monyet in this position. What is this round?
Nice.
What is that shot?
How's he getting 2?
He shouldn't be getting 2.
He's got Seekers to deal with as well.
They don't
Mindfreaks here as well. It's an open plant.
They have no idea.
Nice.
Death creeping around the the corner as Narrate now called upon. This guy is damn good, but he is going to need a worldy round here. Oh, maybe he's got it! Pain shell back on Divine. Dipping down, has to slip away. And now Divine, the 1v1, no flash, nothing. 5 bullets. Oh,
Nice.
Divine's got him!
Kambing.
Devastating! After Narrate was this
Ini pasti
close to getting
pasti ngamuk nih.
QC back in this game, but it is
What
going to
the
be
fuck are you
11
doing?
carved on the board for Paper X.
Trading blows now back and forth. I mean, this is just ridiculous. And the fact that Mindfreak's in a position here to punish Shin. Narrate, unfortunately, again, it feels like this is a free site. So he has the time and the space to get towards long, find a more comfortable angle.
Kambing.
Heartbreak for Narrate.
God, he tried.
Who almost made that happen.
Such a volatile game between these two.
Yeah.
Like, normally in these rounds, my mind drifts a little, but there's still Stingers out, there's still Sheriffs, there's still a couple of ults that could potentially come into play.
Seen both teams capitalizing rounds like this. I mean, Monyet's here with a judge.
Our spike carrier is down.
Mindfreak's just
Hello.
farming on B side.
Oh dear.
Buried.
Can't wait for the replay of that one. What the hell just happened?
It was a Prius moment.
Yes.
Kambing cu, ala
Might
cu.
see the end of the round though. Oh, Forsaken. Sharp to it. Magnum now left to try and recover. He's got another one.
hold
A third on the round for him.
Yeah, it's been enough to call in the ult, right? Like, this is enough.
Can he get through? He slipped through the spawn.
He has?
They haven't spotted him. They didn't actually see him on the cross.
That's huge. It gives him a little bit of time, right? Like, it's not a lot, but it's enough that he might be able to get a plant down. They have no idea. He could be an elbow by them. You know, they have no idea where he is. This is massive for Magnum.
Oh, kalah nih, Cuk.
Positions he take up, he's going to push
go
back
on.
towards spawn. And actually, Paperex are splitting. He might have timing here on something.
But does something slow down? Does he wait? Does he try and play this out? He's going to note Forsaken, obviously. He doesn't know about something yet, so he's going to have to just make the best educated guess he can. Is this a good enough position? That might almost help him a little. Something does have full kit, though, so that Lear, he's going to know it now. Which way? He's got to gamble. Did something note him? He's looking this way. Magnum, can you clutch this up? Can you do what Narrate couldn't? You got one to the right, one to the left.
Anjay, nice, nice, nice.
Forsaken there.
Untung ngeliat ya samping
By
ya.
Paper X. That is 12.
Map point on the board. Right down to the wire once again. KC still, I mean, scoreline aside,
Yeah.
keeping these rounds close, Lauren.
Yes.
Like I said, trading blow for blow here.
Enemy down. Ready.
Oh.
Yeah, farming. Farming
Nice.
hookah. Purchase will come back for Carmine Core. Showstopper to work with. One away from the pit, two off the
Gitu,
seekers.
Cuk.
So some tools potentially here.
Kan udah di dinner kan, nggak nyampe ke
One
ujung.
alive.
This patient start. Cautious. Because we have seen that Paper X will run, 3 men down down B long, but we are seeing Monnier this time actually pushing up towards A short, holding that judge. How long does he stick around? I think he's siding against committing towards it. Divide.
Ah, si Kambing kenapa nih? Siapa nih mati nih?
Not actually relinquishing the angle.
Siapa yang mati?
Stuck around on that, deciding not to fall back. There are 2 players behind him, Forsaken being one, and Mindfreak the other.
KC almost trying to bait out a rotation, much the same as Paper X did. But the reaggress here from Hookah could be rewarded. They might even have time in here. KC have turned their backs.
This is a disaster in the making. They have no idea.
No, he's looking back.
Great turn, but it doesn't matter. The executioner's here. Mindfreak gonna make something out of that. 2 big kills found, but they have a player advantage for Carmine Core. 3 to the 2.
They have a pit to work with, though. Tomazi can lock down this site. Monyet going to be able to find an upgrade here. Something's got ahead of the smoke.
He's in, and he's got one. Martin's gone. He couldn't do any more, but he's bought enough time for at least Monnier to get close by, get a rifle into his hands. One on site, one to
Nice.
Oh my God.
Monnier, unleash your
Aduh,
fury,
cahaya
but
kambing.
Carmine Core live for another round. Barely alive, but they do it.
2 examples of that energy being their downfall. A little overzealous. The approach from both Something and Monyet. punished here. KC will find their 7th.
One enemy remaining standing.
Regardless, so they are both looking absolutely electric.
Reminds me of Mini.
Dimarahin dapat.
Do you know what? I miss Mini.
I do miss Mini.
I wish we could bring him out to these events. You know what I mean?
Just still get him on a React camera.
Oh god, yeah, that'd be great. I think that's just called a watch party, but still, he's not figured that one out yet, which is great. So maybe we can still steal him. As it stands, though, Paper X still on the very verge of tipping the scales. This round, though, they are coming in less equipped. They do have Stingers, Sheriffs. They still have that rifle on something.
I mean, tools to work with as well. Showstopper potentially if one yet finds a kill.
You've almost got the full deck of ults on the other side, though, right? You've got everything there. There's a full play stack. Now, traditionally, we've seen a couple of variations, but it's mostly Divide playing towards long, so maybe just him showing his hand isn't going to give away too much. That, however, should ring a couple alarm bells, maybe hoping to catch him a little further up towards long, but Carmine patiently waiting.
Dog, not sure how many it was spotted there. Seeker's in response here from Magnum. Everybody huddled towards his position. Smoke's about to drop here. Caught in the open. Catch Forsaken as well.
Still
traded.
Bit of damage here, and Device still around. Wait for something, though. He's the final boss, and TP comes in. Yeah, nice work from Carmine Core. Quick pivot. Something is trying to hunt them at a similar pace. He is getting to spawn. He might get
ketahuan
depending
dong.
on the timing, but still, they're going to get the plant. I don't think anyone's close enough to stop that now, so that's going to go down. But the back line, who wins this out?
I think he's going to catch in here. Orbital Strike committed.
Divine goes down. Mindfreak did get the trade, but look at this. Something now getting closer. We're down to 2 on either side. Mindfreak still only with that Sheriff, but it might be enough. Martin waiting in showers. He's going to take down Mindfreak. It's all on one. Something. Can he make something out of this? An incredibly hard round to try and break back into now with these positions.
Turn back into the flash. No swing from Martin.
Double swing. Lovely, lovely work there in the post plant from Carmine Core. They're keeping this game close, Mike. They're building back now.
They'll spring in their step. 4 rounds still separate them. Frugal from both sides here in terms of investment of ultimates. Surprised to see the Orbital Strike come out there. PaperX must have felt pretty good about things. Alex, not so much.
Hari-hari malding.
Yeah. But ultimate's still available. Seekers and the Showstopper being the headliners for PaperX. Still got that pit for Tamazi. Martin now try and fish out some information here on A site.
Let's see. He's blocking him. Just spotted him out there. How much can he get away with, though? Can he slip through towards CT? But all eyes on him, but it's Narrate from up above. Taking down Forsaken and something. Sights now open. Martin not going to be able to convert that kill, however. And they're getting quite paranoid at the flank. They're going to pop the ult as well on top of it. Viper's pit to try and secure this. Monnier with the first man forward, but Narrate with the spray just connects well. This might be enough.
A Showstopper gone. PaperX's opportunities now dwindling. You can see that. Now to consider the save here. So well coordinated. The value amongst these two, Narrate and Martin, to relay this information. Right, the sort of Yoru execute that PaperX famed this sort of composition for. A taste of their own medicine here. Won't be able to string together much of a purchase after this. But 2 rifles nonetheless. Mindfreak and Divide carry across into the next.
Good to see this man starting to really heat up here. First half was, you know, fine, but this, they're already towards the top of the board here. Just 1 kill behind Monnier, who's on 19. So Narrate's starting to feel out the game a little bit, but again, it's just so dangerous. When you're up against 12 and you're up against PaperX, there is that chance they just bring out a mad round that you can't handle. So they've decided it's time for a little bit of a break, a moment to consider. PaperX pumping the brakes here themselves. And to check back in. 3 in a row for Carmine Core to get them to these 9 rounds after what was a very hard first half.
I mean, every team should be having nightmares about a PaperX timeout with what happened yesterday. How quickly things turned around after calling a timeout.
True.
Carmine Core have built their way back into this map. Another buy round and a chance to tie things up. Force the overtime. And not many tools at their disposal now. They're previously pretty frugal in terms of the investment, but a saving grace here that PaperX will only bring in 2 rifles, a couple of sheriffs, a stinger, a showstopper. Definitely a concern.
Looking to see if they're up to anything, if we're seeing that stack anywhere. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if something goes walkabouts. Him joining them over towards B might be somewhat indicative of it, but again, just kind of scraping together a buy to try and even out the economy a little bit, getting what they can. Something's been a little off on his purchases in that regard, but still, Martin trying to test. He's going to get himself the orb there. Patient beginnings. Does that TP get taken on the other side as well? Looks like it might be if they do spot a player, but as it stands, it's only Martin considered.
Was faking a little bit here, but that should be very indicative of what's going on. KC can read that correctly. Still happy to let the clock tick away. So they might pivot back towards an A site hit here. A deep smoke from Mindfreak, potentially slowing things down. Nothing going to be found off the showstopper except for information. KC now dial up the pace towards A.
Yeah, they've got to get moving and they've got to clear. Done by Narrate. That's a tick in the box now. Can they take towards the side? Mindfreak is waiting. Quick little heal, going to get them topped up here. Flank is on the way, but that's going to be watched. Shin is on flank duty. He's got to catch Monnier. CT has the rest of the team coming back through. Martin clears Mindfreak. And now Defy, something shoulder to shoulder.
We spotted Monnier, saw him.
Spotted. He's going to be able to
Udah lihat,
just get seen on the other side.
Yeah, got seen on the other side.
Okay, so still, that's threat noted. Monnier should be dead here. Yeah, 3-man squad waiting for him. Done. Quick turn of attention because look who's on the side. Device now here. Tomasi handles it well. Something can do nothing about this. Too many bodies, too little time. Carmine Core. They're back in the game. Double digits made. Maybe OT is now on the horizon.
Win out this buy round here. I mean, especially with the showstopper being invested. This PaperX just is itching to make something happen in this round.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it'll be tough behind this. That could give KC access to overtime.
Nice, let's go, boys. Let's go!
Forsaken, one of his ultimate, something, Empress.
Cutting through.
Nothing else really here. The TP from Shin.
Scatter.
Well, the TP from Shin's going to get right behind this.
Spike.
He's committed to it.
Spike! No! Tomasi and Martin get caught on the cross. That could be it. That Spike is in a disastrous place. Shin doesn't get noted by the flash, but there's somewhere Monnier sweeps back through.
Oh, it's just one of those rounds where PaperX decide to walk on you. Round 23, by the way. That's just ridiculous. You let your foot off the gas for a minute.
A second. You thought maybe, oh, we could just cross up towards Hookah. Nope. No, you absolutely couldn't. And that might be the start and the end of this map. That Spike being lost there. Because they can go back to their default.
I mean, I love the way the PaperX have just disengaged from this as well. So they know KC have so many question marks here. They have to shift walk around the entirety of the map. Now got the Spike, 40 seconds left and limited options.
It looks like Narrate be a problem. Pull rotation and pray that Magnum can outdo Forsaken.
Jason, relax, Jason. Santai aja, Jason.
He's got one flash and a slow rotation coming his way from Monnier as well, so he's in a real pickle here. Forsaken has the angle.
Nice.
He's got the shot. Spike now left. It's all on one. Narrate, can you do anything?
Kambing cahaya
Monnier is
ngapain?
getting audacious.
Nice.
PaperX get to 13 and claim map 1.
Great resilience shown here from Carmine Court. It's tough to ever have to mount a comeback versus a team like PaperX, where every round feels demoralizing. Feels as if you're just getting out-fragged, basically.
Yeah, this is a wake-up call. Welcome to the big leagues, Carmine Court. 10 rounds was good. 13 was much better.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tengo muchas cosas que decirte ahora, pero antes de empezar quiero que le demos sin freno. Si tú quieres podemos empezar desde cero. Sabes que contigo yo me atrevo y quiero más y más. Y poder soñarte y verte al despertar y volar. Porque solo tú me llevas a otro lugar. Quiero más, solo dime, baby, que no va a pasar. Quiero más de ti. Solo quiero más de ti. Hey, hey, no. Solo quiero más de ti. Sabes que quiero dejarme llevar. Conmigo lo malo se te va a olvidar. Contigo me voy, no miro el reloj, sin mirar atrás. Permiso y el vuelo, que este es un viaje perfecto. Ignoremos los defectos, todo lo que dice el resto, todo lo que dice el resto. Tenemos algo perfecto, ignoremos los defectos, todo lo que dice el resto. Solo quiero más de ti. Hey, hey, no. Solo quiero más de ti. Solo quiero más. Solo quiero más de ti. Contigo nada me resta. Las ganas solo te aumentan. Ya es por mí. Somos de otro planeta. Somos de otro
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Alex of PRX. Now that map was quite close. It's interesting because PRX has been described as like having 5 IGLs. So how do you as a coach manage to wrangle all that?
I mean, a lot of it has to do with the way we practice. I think the most important thing is trust. Like, we trust each other a lot, and anyone can take over anytime they want. And we also do a lot of work trying to align, you know. That's pretty much it.
All right, well, so far so good on this strategy. So let's see if PRX can close out this one.
definitely does come through with this team. We've always talked about it with PaperX. They're a squad that always just kind of like rise of momentum. They communicate with one another. Their comms oftentimes don't even lean on just one individual. For me, it kind of sounds like a Halo match sometimes, where they're all just yapping at the same time. It's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, it is wild. The first half of this game to me was quintessential PaperX. They were out there PaperXing all over them, dragging KC down into the chaos. And that's what I was worried about for such a young team. Playing a squad like this for the first time, them dragging you into that chaos, your comms getting muddled, you experiencing something you haven't really played against before, and PaperX thriving in that. And that was the case for quite a while. But I think we really saw a step up from both these teams to be forced to play a lot more strategically, and actually to Karmine Corp managing to gain some control in the second half.
And loving those small micro plays that we love PaperX for. We're talking about the Reina denying those trade-ins is something that she can do so easily, and it fits so well to PaperX, and especially to something. Some of these rounds literally made no sense, maybe.
Yeah, it was absolute chaos, but I think you're absolutely right that that's kind of what's defined PaperX for so long, but it's also true of what Karmine Corp was doing. I think a lot of the good in this map was when they were showing us these Yoru ult combos. They were setting themselves up after that. They definitely learned more how to play against PaperX. It's just that this squad built themselves such a huge buffer on that attacking side, and they're always gonna steal at least 1 or 2 rounds and a half. It's really hard to come back from a deficit against this squad.
And not only that, we saw KC actually getting lost in the sauce. We were seeing a lot of ultimates invested in just one route to make it through, as you're mentioning. The Yoru, even the Showstopper, everything being used at wrong timings. We see also Magnum struggling a little bit with his own ultimate on how and when to use it, just because of how overwhelming PaperX is.
And that's exactly that. They're the team who's gonna rip any hole you have in your communication, any hole you have in your practice. They're gonna rip that apart because of how chaotic they are. The question now, going into the rest of the series for me, is whether this team for Karmine Corp can wrangle control of this one, because Lotus, our next map, it feels like for them, that is their comfort zone, and I don't feel like these little combos, these alt combos that we talk about for PaperX are as strong on this next map.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I do want to know what the coach of Karmine Corp has to say. We have Eng standing by with Mika.
Hey guys, Mika here, and now I'm with Coach Eng of KC. Now, Eng, Magna mentioned earlier that PRX can be a team that is pretty annoying to deal with. So I want to know what they were doing exactly that was so difficult to deal with, and how you guys were able to mitigate that as the side switched.
First of all, they are an amazing team, really, with amazing play style, a very unique play style. So I don't know what to say, to be honest, because of to be honest, it's a pleasure to play against them. Really, we're learning a lot from this game. So yeah, I don't know, like, but what can I say? It's hard to read them because of this like unique style, yeah. And I don't know what to say, to be honest. But we will try our best on the second map. So yeah.
That was such a wholesome answer. So let's get to it. Second map.
It almost felt like Coach Eng Kakuka was a little speechless there as well, because he has expressed praise for a lot of the players that they've met on that stage. But there is something unique and special about this PaperX team.
Yeah, exactly. Eng can be as wholesome as he wants, but he's going to need much more if he wants to face off PaperX now in Lotus. This is the map chosen by KC, and maybe one of the reasons is what happened yesterday when PaperX lost this map. But again, I think it's going to be a lot of what happened on that bind just replicated, and a lot of what happened against Heretics happening again on this Lotus. A Mind Freak that doesn't respect any timings, any position, that's just going to push through, and a lot of crazy and set plays again.
Yeah, it is absolutely a map where PaperX does that same style. But for Karmine Corp, we have to talk about the history of them on this map. They've been playing the Fnatic comp. They beat Fnatic on this map. They have beat pretty much every top team they've gone up against on Lotus. Here, this is where Magnum tends to put on a masterclass. Their attack side, decision making, the way that they call is always near perfect, quite honestly. And I actually think their style, if PaperX is going for these forward plays, they don't have the Reina to combo. They don't have the same kind of util setups. It's crazy that I'm talking about Reina as like the big util agent, but they don't have those same tools to set up these combos like they do on some of these other maps. So I think this will be a bit of an easier time for KC to punish when they're playing their attack.
So you mentioned the Lotus situation and them being so good at this map, but I also have to say in the back of my mind that if PaperX comes out just like they did on Bind with a big lead, and then you're like, oh my god, we're they're supposed to be good here.
Yes.
I get a little worried about the young team on that stage in that situation.
And not only that, we were talking about how Monnier is doing great in this tournament, how today specifically he's performing super
on
well.
another level.
And he's going to be leading that race onto Forsaken.
I mean, we saw Forsaken's debut on Race last night.
Loved it, I mean, well, debut, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and this is a crazy switch to make, but it's Paper X. Rules don't matter, engines aren't real.
I was gonna say.
It's Paper X. This is it for Karmine Corp. This is a team who went on a run in EMEA. From Melons to Madrid, they have done something no one could have ever expected of them. And now they're here in an elimination match, a game away from going home empty-handed. These are all young players. For all of them, this is the biggest match, maybe, except Magnum Bay back when, but it's a very different time. It's now him as a leader, and they need to come back here.
And for Paper X, it's quite the opposite. They need to close this in a very good fashion if they want to be contenders for those playoffs. Genji's already waiting on the other side. It could be a great year for Pacific, especially if EMEA goes home this early.
Well, it's now time to see what this Karmine Corp team is truly made of against the game and ready Paper X to send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you so much. And yeah, this is putting question marks between us, right? Because that composition coming out from Paper X has surprised you and me.
Yeah, not so much the swap, but it's the fact we have the Astra in here. I mean, we're still running with this guy on Paper X. Again, there's some dedication towards keeping that here.
Yep.
But it's the Astra. You can switch Mindfreak and Monnier between. If this is just something that they pulled out after not being happy with the Lotus here in Madrid, a real head scratcher here to see how much is really going, because Astra has a lot of utility. Obviously, open up the possibilities, especially on a map like Lotus, a three-site map. Paper X early on probe towards B, but didn't really catch wind of anything on the other side of that. Magnum will spot out the rotation. Yeah, no real progress towards site here, and KC a little bit disconnected from B once again. Looks like Paper X gonna follow through this time.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Mati dong.
Forsaken's in a bit of a tricky position, but Monnier's got the shot on lock. Gonna take down one and Forsaken with a follow-up. Paper X just brawl out on the site. A win out on the site. Heartbreak for KC there as Narrate just drifting on through. How does this happen?
And a beautiful setup here. The paint shell posted in between the two mollies, placed on site. I mean, it's good to really get Eng's insight there, call it insight, like saying really, what do you do? How can you prep? There's not an awful lot you can do other than the age-old kind of play your own game sort of approach. But then when you come out here and there's a different composition, there's another set of question marks. Whether or not Paper X really even rely on these agents to excel in terms of utility or continue to run it down. Forsaken and something on your front line, you've got to feel very confident regardless of who's on what behind that.
We're looking for that 4-play stack here. Feels like that flash was enough that Paper X don't like what they're seeing, and it's actually quite well timed that they drift away. They will have a completely open A site. They'll note the lack of utility after last round. Magnum was there. I mean, it's not the biggest indicator, but now the fact that Forsaken has gone to the back of the site should give it away. Narrate, though, outdoes it with the classic. I do not know, but he'll be happy enough with it. On going to come down now, down to the 4. It is just classics as well for KC. There's nothing beyond that. There's not a frenzy, there's not a ghost, there's nothing. It is purely classic, so something going to take up the test now as well.
I think they're a little bit conscious, yeah, who's post off on Heaven. Now identifying the judges there. Don't expect too many bodies to funnel in this way. Narrate punished on the second.
Well, Monnier's going to buy some time.
Here. Yeah, a lot of time bought here.
And something's on the case here, just prowling on the edges of those smokes. Opting to try and clear, to farm through, to try and hunt down these final players. But Magnum again with a connection. Can they make this really costly? It looks like they're going to try and exit through CT, which is the right call. Monnier going to double around, spots him out. But hey, Karmine Corp making this, cost a little bit. Mindfreak and Divide do manage to escape. That Bulldog's still in play.
I mean, I think they only lose the judge, though, if I'm not mistaken.
They just got taken back in too, but yeah.
Didn't see exactly what the purchase was, but regardless, something straight onto the operator.
Yung open ka to kambing Ilya.
Mark in the mix here for Karmine Corp. Doesn't really even have the benefit of having the Blade Storm kind of on the brink. So has to make this work. Has Devi got anything? Oh, well, Sheriff now. Drifting really deep onto this angle very early on. No resistance from KC on the other side, unless Magnum was spotted.
Yeah. He was jump spotting that corner earlier,
Yeah.
but that might have to be taken away from the repertoire. I'm worried that someone else might be going to go. Narrate's very nearby to this. They've noted that operator. No bullets have been fired, but if they'd seen anything, you can't do it. You can see them trying to toy with it. Daring anyone to try and peek a little further forward, but no one is. Good control being shown by Carmine Corp. Mindfreak getting very close. Should have been considered here by Narrate, and he has been. They're really putting bodies behind this.
A gap towards B here, but Spike not committed either way. It's like Paper X might resort to that now. I mean, it's only really Shin that's going to be able to cause any issues on the way in here. Narrate slowly creeping closer and closer.
Still not noting this operator.
I mean, Spike still not committed either.
They're looking for a pick, but look how deep Carmine Core are sitting. They're not playing Paper X's games right now. Right cool as well. Re-smoking and the Spike trying to make it across. Does anyone catch it in the heels? No, but something's cleared so deep here. They've got to be careful of door. They've got to be careful of the flank, considering how far something is cleared towards CT.
Spike planted.
They're really doing. Unfortunately, now a lot of questions for KC. Need to figure this out pretty quickly.
A real exchange of utility here as the retake starts to build up. Something rattling off a couple of shots, but Forsaken in a fantastic position as well. If he can hold this down, he can become such a thorn in their side. Try and maybe double up here with something, but
really
there is the push. And look at these shots just going astray. Can Monye do anything in a 1v3? Carmine Core flooding the site, and he just can't find it. They put bodies in the right places. They time it well.
Alah nih cuk, dia mirdong anjing.
This is one of those situations I was crediting on the first map, really. HaperX will keep pushing. You give them that space, but KC are playing in spawn. They're still in buy phase with 20 seconds left on the clock here.
Yeah.
There.
Well, a really, really well-coordinated retake. This is after there's a gravity well to slow things down just inside Link. Don't leave him hanging. Don't leave him. Oh, no. The 4K moment. It's a vibe killer.
Vibes down.
Yeah.
Game's lost.
Yeah, this wraps.
Let's go, Mike. Pace change, looking like. Committed control towards Mount this time as well. And yeah, look at this. Very pacey. Gonna get the first real glimpse of this C site. Haven't tested too much. And again, KC gonna evacuate. Why would they stick around? They've heard enough of this. Don't need any more of it. That's gonna be a plant. But look at that big flank coming out from Monye. His timing could be critical. They need to hold a fair amount of this space for it to really come to fruition.
Looking to be a nuisance in the backlines here. This is not a good face-off, an operator versus a judge. Actually, Monye pulls the trigger at just the right time.
Love seeing something swing as well, just to make sure it goes their way, and the last two being herded. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Narrate gonna try and bully his way past, but it's not just one. The whole team's gonna be here. Something gonna be careful, doesn't want to lose the operator, but they're hunting him down now. The hunter becoming the hunted as Tomasi falls. It looks like that operator's made its way out. At least until now the door. Was it broken earlier? I believe it was. Something holding. Just the finest angle. Trying to get away, Narrate. Gotta be careful though, there is the rest of the squad here now. And Paper X with that pace change, working out that C site.
A couple of uncharacteristic misses here from something. If you're gonna continue to invest behind that operator.
Too easy.
Really well coordinated here, Monye. And that potentially is the game plan for him on the Astra. Just be very disconnected from some of these site hits. Again, that's the real benefit. If you can create this space, and KC are happy to concede it. You have something like Monye getting behind a lot of these plays. Okay, some real issues here. Forsaken finish on the first hit. KC looking to get the hell out of dodge.
You just can't aim duel against these guys. You just, even in a fair fight. And in the meantime, not only did they get the pick towards C, they've already started to make that progress towards A. Obviously, much better off in the weaponry and going to be rewarded. Monnier going to be overwhelmed though. Magnum going to get one back. That could be a weapon potentially recovered. Something on the case to keep control of it, and that's going to allow time for the plant to come in. Narrate still has that rifle, but that's about it. Beyond them, Stinger in play. Oh, that's rough. Not what he wanted there. Not what they wanted at all.
Something gets pinged off that as well. Forced back off that angle, but KC still need to get through this choke point.
I don't know what they got to go with. Prowler's already sent down. They got to just go for it, and Magnum outdoes something. Those misses starting to make a bit of a problem. Forsaken going to find one, but falls. Narrate holding this down. Can he do this? Can he really pop off here? 3 would be exceptional. He gets it to halfway. Oh, but Divide just he's got him. This time he gets his 3. Missed it on the first, but makes up for it in the second.
Ini healnya cok maksain banget. Dia open cok. Busuk lagi busuk kayaknya dia.
What a swing back for KC. That's all but done when they get held in this choke point. Magnum with a stinger outdoes something. Like I said, another miss coming through here.
Got to be kidding me.
Narrate, I think as soon as he identifies he's landed that headshot. Alex probably not too happy about some of the overcommits here in this post plant. Not at that point where you can just swing onto them, run the clock down, force another 2 or 3 seconds off the defuse. Narrate though, flipping it on its head.
This early mountain challenge has not been going particularly well for KC. However, this time, do have a little bit more, but does he get caught? Magnum going to find Monnier. That was over towards the A side of the map, so this could be working out. Oh, not at all, actually. Martin going to spot the feet of Forsaken. It's going to be him eliminated, and that's 2 picks on either side of the map. You couldn't ask for a better start if you're Carmine Core.
Looking to flash through here, but doesn't even catch Martin unaffected. The paint shell's perfect as well. To slow Mind Freak down. Martin is having a go at things now.
Yeah, starting to have a round. Something looking to make up for what has been a dreary start for him. And that's not a bad way to begin it. And suddenly they're on red alert. This went from, okay, take a fight to, hold on, it's still something. Let's relax here a little bit. There's 2 players on CT. And he wants that. He wants to take that space. Does he? He's trying to work out if there's enough time maybe for a plant here. 35 seconds. He's causing them maybe a second or 2 of doubt. But the plant's something that he wants.
30 seconds left.
No one's playing his tune though. No one's playing to his game.
The problem is with Shin still alive. Opportunity to smoke off here, so he has to dig his heels in. Can't really reset towards Mound with an open plant.
He needs
to have the Blade Storm. He needs to pick early.
And if Carmine Core is as disciplined as we've credited them, they shouldn't give him that. There should never be an opportunity.
Smoke causes issues.
Yeah,
Can you see under it? No, he can't.
I thought he might have had a little bit of a pixel there, but trying to play to the edge of it. And now they're grouping up. Oh my god, he's got the pick. Hold on! This is game on. Something is too much! Carmine Core, keep that control. Keep that heads-up work. Playing together and getting the defuse. Scoreline, all even.
See again winning out in the early round. Very early pick onto Monnier. Really hinders that sort of slow play towards a post plant. Martin though, looking really crispy with the operator here. Something unfortunately overwhelmed a little bit here. After finally managing to get the plant down, we'll see an early timeout from PaperX. See, Alex wasn't too happy in one of the post plants. That loss over on A side to Narrate. I'm curious if this overall is the approach that the PaperX want to take with this sort of comp switch up. The problem being
yang di item terlalu relax aja, cok.
But his impact is really limited in these sort of kind of slow mid to late rounds. It's not really going to cause too much pressure unless PaperX win out early on towards Mound, early on towards Rubble, get themselves towards a site. And maybe Monnier is on Astra to kind of counterbalance that.
Potentially, but again, it's just a lot of these questions I feel like get answered with one time and practice, and you can kind of find your way to work it out. But I don't know how much they've played this. I mean, this is a new comp to to our eyes. I don't know if they've been running it behind the scenes, if this is just a very last-minute change. If this is something they thought might work. Their traditional comp wasn't going to be the answer they needed. But to change it at this point is I mean, it's a credit to Paper X to be able to do it.
The answer is to just get Forsaken on Raze.
I mean, it has worked to an extent. Maybe you have to see how that works out now. As it looks a simplistic start, but a great paranoia actually should facilitate them to the site. I don't think much is going to stop them here, apart from their own paint shot, but even then, something fancies his go of it. Going to get in there with a stinger. And look at this tempo change. Look at this. No plant, but they've drawn out the lockdown so early. Now going to go for this. Divide's going to go through.
Yeah.
And Martin's the one to find Monnier. So that lurk's been removed, and they're going to dive on in.
Oh, he didn't get caught with the stun! The showstopper's huge!
That's 2. 3 in the round. 2 off the rocket, and now Martin, can he do any more? He's feeling it. He wants more. He's chomping at the bit. He wants them dead. Magnum gonna take down Forsaken, but one more. Can one man do something? Has to watch as the defuse comes in. And Carmine Core all too prepared for this.
What a round for Martin again. The finest of margins to get past that Trailblazer. I'm not even sure. Did he pick up an empty stinger at the end there? The way it looked like there's a little bit of a delay, but again, KC figuring out exactly what Paper X want to do with Monnier on the Astra. The thing is what's the second layer to these post plants? If it is kind of tailor-made around Monnier, buying time, Paper X aren't really achieving what they need to make that work.
Martin and Shin, and good to see Martin finding a bit of comfort here. He's been not quite to the extent of what we saw online, or at least I say online, in the kickoff tournament. He was very much, not, I wouldn't say headline, you'd give that to Narrate, but he was right underneath him, very close by. Good to see a little bit of that form starting to really kick in here for him. And a quick adjustment for Paper X, eyeing up that A site after an early test towards Mount. And away they go. Forsaken gonna be cut off at the door though. And a quick adjust, looking to potentially pressure. Maybe gets the timing right on this. They are all going towards CT.
And for Narrate here to post a Nightfall.
I'm waiting to see that pressure come back
Spike's
through.
still not planted.
No, and something is screwed. Magnum clears him with ease, and Forsaken finally strikes. But the rest of the team took a moment to back away, but it's Narrate on the punish towards Monnier. They're losing out on numbers. Forsaken can only find so much impact, surely. They need to scramble away from here. The pit might almost act as a hindrance, because Mindfreak can hold this.
Now there's massive question marks outside this, but it's all 4 members of KC.
The flash through, Martin finds Mindfreak, and that spike is over on C. It's going the longest way possible. So you're gonna need Forsaken to find so much.
10 seconds left. Divide will get Seekers off this. Still has a flash to work with.
Forsaken needs so much here.
Alah, timing Joe.
This time shine. He's good for one, but Martin was so quick with the response. Divine next. In line here. Jump on the first to draw the fire. Falls back. Flash. Buys a second. They've still got to clear him. Does he get noted? Yes, he does. Oh, he's dead to rights. Carmine Core showing diligence now, starting to really get a grip on Paper X.
This is rough. Timing a little off. I guess the synergy a little off between Divine and Forsaken here.
Yeah.
Forsaken commits to that early peak. Yes, the showstopper. You almost want them to come into this choke point here. Out towards KC's spawn. Maybe a little bit lost in comms there, but beautiful recovery from KC. It looked like they were going to lose out initially, but Narrate's ultimate really the one to give them access back onto A side. I'm carrying on.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There.
You?
There's some temptation, but no, you're right, because look at this start. Look at Forsaken, right off the rip, trying to get the
Kambing.
Shuts Forsaken the hell up. Not even going to get a voice line off, let alone the ult. And now what do? They've lost out on that early chance. You're down to 4. Something's position's going to be noted. Already early rotation from Narrate. And this map just doesn't look kind to Paper X now, Mike.
It doesn't. KC definitely in control here at the tempo this first half. Magnum will potentially be called upon, spotted here on the cross, something. Maybe the dash across though, unscathed so far. One will be uncontested. One yet disconnected once again.
Shadows traveling.
He's been read so often though. He's playing very late here. Exceedingly late. So putting a lot of faith in the boys on the side. They can hold back this flood that's coming in right about now. 1-for-1 trade, but it's not enough. Considering they're down to 2. Narrate sweeping through. Mind Freak bites right back. And now Monye needs to come forward here. Needs to be part of this. Narrate down low. Mind Freak toying with the TP. Monye can't hit the shot on the cross, and now it's all on Mind Freak! Shin! What a way to come back in, Carmine Core!
Dapat, Cok.
Get the job
Wah,
done.
Cok, cahaya, Cok. Abis tadi X langsung mirdong sekarang.
The scales here, Mike.
PaperX really struggling. I mean, this almost has sort of echoes of the approach Fnatic had versus PaperX on this map. Concede all the space, happy to play the retake, and PaperX were just left scratching their heads in that series. Carmine Court look like they've taken a leaf out of that book.
One enemy
I mean, typically you credit for PaperX's ability to convert space into success. And this sort of play style, not really the approach to make, but PaperX really struggling.
They are.
Second timeout called, round 10.
Timeout lagi,
There's
Cok.
quite a lot, just that in a fact, right? So, again, when we talk about this map-wise, it did sit quite nicely with Carmine Core. We credited them very highly on this map. This is one that kind of put them not necessarily on our radar, but it very much solidified what a lot of people were looking at. But the fact, as I said, that they're doing this to PaperX after what was a very good first map, this has got to be a huge confidence builder for Carmine Core and kind of bringing them back to where they should be mentally, because a lot of us kind of discussed this coming into this event as well. If they don't start off with a confident beginning, they could lose a little bit of that I guess, faith in the calling and executing the plans they've come up with, but so far it's looking absolutely on the money here. This could certainly spur them on as they go forward. But the timeout came in, a couple more rounds to play with, and a full purchase here for PaperX.
With the TP for Shin. Free off the showstopper. Again, Martin not really been relying on that too much with how he's been hitting. Equator definitely a more valuable investment in his hands than something so far. Bit of a pace change here. PaperX, no secrets about this on the way in. No slow creep.
First time it feels like all five are actually working towards something. Normally Monye was disconnected, but this time they're playing somewhat close to the pack here. Plan's going to come in. You can see Magnum creeps a little closer. Prowler going to come through. They know Narrate's nearby. Tomasi still up. Flash there. Something trying to play ahead. Does really well with that. Takes down Tomasi and wants a bit more, but he's not going to be able to get back up that rope here. Forsaken going to be forced away as well, but they're still trying to stand their ground. Almost belligerent in approach, but it's divided by Magnum.
Nice.
Forsaken to answer one right back.
Can
they sweep the site? Narrate, what you got for us now? You pulled off a 1v3 before. This is a lot, though. And he ain't got much time with this one.
We're going to try and hold on to the operator. Oh, hang on. Still got back down rope here. PaperX think he's saving. Oh, I mean, there's a star down regardless on the spike.
Oh.
Looking to do some further damage to the economy, but I think running the risk, he should be safe to get out here. Don't think he's got time to get back in and get that operator, so PaperX, a slight adjustment in pace coming out of the timeout. Get themselves a round win. Yeah, we haven't seen this sort of play coming out so far. I think the real thing to notice is PaperX have forced back in their shells a little bit.
Which is strange.
Yeah,
right?
Again, you can read this pretty well. It's like, yeah, as 5, they're sitting back, they're in CT, they're getting ready to retake. Usually PaperX will be like, cool, let's send 2 people in there. Let's throw a flash in there. Let's get a little deeper, but we haven't really seen that.
That could have been what the
Mati lu.
Okay. You are lucky to be alive, Forsaken. That looked like it was about to be Raps and Mod. Come on! Still good for it. They're just taking straight up aim duels. They're standing here and fighting.
I've got your trail.
Which team is which? It almost felt like it was Paperex doing that sort of stuff.
Shin, you gotta be careful.
9 HP. And he was the last line of defense on this A site. A quick TP, but look who's reading it. Magnum. Great.
Oh,
Allah.
No idea. Magnum just reads him like a book.
I mean, there's almost an eternity that passes after these Seekers identify where Magnum is.
Divide, this is tough. Shin's vulnerable, but now you've got Magnum with his entirety of his setup here. Spike, this position. Divide can't cross this without being spotted. This could be the
56
giveaway.
HP as well. Yep.
Here it is. Paranoia getting prepped. A little bit of
30
free
seconds
fire, but it
left.
doesn't really matter. Yeah, bye-bye. Divide. Gonna go for the dog here. Couldn't quite close the gap, though, noting that they'd fallen away from that close angle, but he's got 20 seconds. I think he knows this one. Yeah, just gonna slip through the fingertips here.
I'm not sure if I missaw that, but I thought the Seeker went to the left. It's invested from rubble. Obviously,
10
Shin
seconds
took
left.
a ton of damage inside tree, but I'm not sure if we're going to get a chance to see that on the replay, but the timing's just way off here. I believe if the door's broken, yeah, Magnum's broken the door. So I don't know if that information's just lost in the exchange or what. But a real gamble
Last
to
round in the
take this
half.
TP all the way towards C site.
Points if we do have any replay of that. It may not be the case.
Tahu itu kenapa TV kecil, Cok.
If you
Udah
I can't
tahu.
remember exactly what happens here because I was focused on it. Well, I've missed it there.
Yeah.
I know Shin took a
Hilang,
ton
Cok.
of damage inside tree. Maybe they're thinking, yeah, we've tagged up the A-site player, so surely Magnum's going to commit towards helping
Right.
his teammate.
Right, yeah. Bit of a critical issue there. Hey, Magnum,
Alah.
Magnum! They're just taking mad challenges! Carmine Court, this is very out of character, but it's worked very well. Completely surprising Paperex with a change of pace, taking a somewhat late duel over by Mound. And it worked very well for themselves. Shin on fire, they're taking down Divide. Monnier, noted. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to run on that. Carmine Court. You've seen real different shades of this team in this half alone.
Yeah, and winning out in that sort of round where PaperX are looking to get feisty, get up in your face, take an engagement.
Squashed.
And KC happy to throw bodies on the line.
Let's go! Let's go, boys! Energy into it.
Definite, yes, energy booster,
Yes.
confidence booster for Carmine Court.
And now a chance to listen to one of the players who's really stepped up here, Martin.
Hello, I'm Martin and I play for Carmine Corp. Even though we know we can win against anyone when our form is good, it's just not there at the moment.
Ini belok tiga kayak ini sengaja nih, an.
We are not playing at the same
Kabel.
level as we did in kickoff, and the team play and comms are just not on the spot. And then honestly, we just choked. So I think that Magnum obviously is a new IGL, but he's learning very fast, and I think his calls are very good. I don't think he fell short from Junkie TV. I think it was a team problem, not Magnum's problem. We for sure are better than that.
15 seconds less, 10. Just no chance, surely.
Anything tap sits hoping that a few of these players will be out wide and open!
Unbelievable!
This time!
Unbelievable!
Milliseconds available!
Celsius is miles away. The Nightfall going to confirm that he's not playing towards
Rubble, narrate, 9 bullets!
For me, as duelist, I just need to not do stupid stuff, even though I'm having a bad game. I still need to make space and calm. If I ever don't do that, then the game is very hard for the others. So I think it's just me being calm because it's just another match. People shouldn't think that it's death or do match because it just adds on the pressure. It's just about us not having the greatest team play right now, and we're trying to work on it.
Eight to 4, Carmine Court, showing us a little of what really enamored us with them during that kickoff phase. Those retakes being very, very solid. Starting to see some of that individual flair coming out from not just Narrate, but also Martine as well. Some great reads from Magnum, a lot of those key elements. Now, on the other side here, flipping the script a little, PaperX, it felt like a last-minute change coming in with this comp. I'd be happy to be proven wrong if they say, hey, no, this is where we intend to be, but it didn't quite land where I wanted it to.
No, and I think there's an opportunity to really, I guess, demonstrate it in the second half here, but it feels like in the mid-round, these slow, drawn-out rounds where KC are happy to concede space, not use any utility, they're always going to win out. You see, now Carmine Court are going to approach.
Calling my bot.
Get themselves up mound pretty quickly. The rest of PaperX making their way past Rubble right now. Looking for Monyet to just disconnect, but Martine down to 20 HP already.
He's trying to stay maybe a little postured just to look a little more threatening than he is by a couple more seconds, but that flash should be noted.
It's an open path, so KC looking to potentially reset towards mound, but actually no, they're pushing spawn.
Again, the turret's been dealt with quickly. They should have an idea that everyone's here. They've seen 3 different pieces of utility, and they're just going to flood CT. But already something's going to catch Shin. Can they try and disrupt these final players? There's going to be a playthrough back on short as well. Magnum going to be flashed off the angle. You can already see the smokes be coming up here. The diffuser's going to be starting. It does get denied. It's going to be dragged away. Monyet, something. PaperX looking fight. No way. Come off it. Come off it. You got 5 rounds. Relax a little. What are they up to?
It's always the same PaperX underneath. It's just...
What is that?
The crazy thing is, it always almost looks like that's the plan, that's the call. Somebody's saying that. Like, I've got to reload. Oh, I'm going to knife him. I'm going to knife him.
Look at him. Look at him. Screaming. I can't believe it.
Well, that's how they kick off the second half.
Oh no, I'm nervous now. They're just going to do PaperX things like...
Ooh. Martine unconfirmed, but a ton of damage. That's a Monyet.
Oh, God.
Mindfreak was on. I don't know what he was caught on there. Never smoke out something?
I don't know, but he looked lost in the sauce. Monyet, fortunately, though, going to make up for it and kind of bail out the player by door as well. This is... Do you know what, Mike? I'll leave you to the analysis on this one.
There's action coming now.
No,
Plant's going to come through. Martine looking for something, but...
Find something.
Going to happen. Yeah, find something on the other end of it. The raid post up close to it. Just yet could do some damage.
And again, good damage. Oh dear. Falls to divide. These rounds are getting weird. Shin left in a 1v2. Can he make something out of it? He might just be able to. Something with a judge and Shin with a dream. He knows it. He knows he's close by. What the hell can Shin do? Oh, a nice try. Something. Making sure he's dead, by the way.
It just cleared about 8 different angles in half a second here. It's such an awkward spot here underneath C site. But yeah, was Mindfree looking to smoke something? Because he's out in the middle of nowhere on
yeah,
B
just
side.
drifting.
If he'd just come out of sending a smoke somewhere. So it looked like he was reloading. But that was him just pulling back out the Bulldog.
Yeah, that was really weird on B. I don't know what happened. That whole round was just, you know, all out there. 8-6.
Carmichael looking to continue pressuring towards Mound here. It's a switch up, something on the other side of this.
Well, I don't feel like something's going to do some nasty work here.
He's hanging around.
Yeah, okay, just...
Get out!
Yeah, run.
Get out!
What the hell is going on? A late smoke towards main, but they might just disrespect it. They know they can. Something down a little low, but he's still trying to be ferocious about this. Shin trying to play ahead of it, but it's Magnum to find him. Oh, Monyet with a belting shot on Martine. Still going to find value even just with that Sheriff. Where the hell's the rest of the squad, though?
For a crunch back through the door here, potentially. KC in the danger zone. As soon as this opens up, though, it's a two-way street.
Magnum could get played in on this. It's Shin with the spam to catch him. And now the odds are looking less and less likely for PaperX to close that gap, but you can never write these guys out. Shin just controlling on the site, though, really keeping a firm grip. Magnum denies the door. And the options for Mindfreak.
Emang something gak jelas cok kambing.
dissipated
Mir
in
dong
those
itu.
last couple of kills.
Yeah, and going to be weird coming out of this round as well because it's Monye and
Paksa-paksa cok, lagi busuk dia.
credits left in the bank, but Casey's round win here almost gives them a huge opportunity to double down on this. Knocking on the door of double digits as well. First ult cycle just about coming on for a few members of Carmine. So yeah, Narrate 2 away, Shin 1 off the TP. Magnum and Martin about halfway. With something expecting to have the Blade Storm at least here, buying down to 550, and looks like actually, considering throwing everything in here, it's Forsakenness to concern that far away from the showstopper as well. He's only got a Sheriff. Switch up here from KC though.
Good luck, Divine. There is hightailing it away, which is probably the right call. Now, if you're Carmine Core, you're still going to do
Ada ngambil
somewhat of a
orban.
diligent clear. You can't be too lackadaisical about it, but there's a pace to them. They want to get this early starting quite quickly. Going to note the player towards topside CT. There is a lot more there now. Narrate, though, going to take away something. He's just holding the line. He's willing for a fight. This guy's almost welcoming the fight. They haven't gone for the plant yet, so this is getting a little dicey, but they're holding for maybe this reaggress.
I know that Paperx are going to try and pre-take the site here, but it's punished. It's picked apart by Carmine Core. And it's a flawless round to find double digits. The money coming into question now for Paperx.
Yeah.
We know there's no timeouts. There's no opportunity to take a breather. Carmine Core really starting to dial up the pressure here.
Well, I feel like this echoes back to almost our starting point of this entire matchup. It's the question of form. We've seen what Paperx can look like in map 1 when it's terrifying, when they are in that full fight and flight mode, just flying at you across the map. And here, missing a little bit in that regard, whereas KC starting to hit towards where they'd want. Late swing comes out and they're hunting them down. Already Paperx not going to take the foot off the gas by any means. Didn't get the connections they want. Also, this drift from...
Oh,
dear. Vi's got to be careful, though.
Yeah, no chance to get that weapon cycled across. Should have a ton of information of how much presence there was towards C. Paperx haven't necessarily rotated just yet. I mean, now, actually, yeah, the rifle is retrieved, so Monye has that in hand now.
And with the loss of Magnum, there is a chance for some of these flanks to work, maybe, but they've decided against it, right? Opting against. Side's going to get cleared. No one there. Backfilling that space, though, you're going to see something try and maybe thread the needle, but look at the spike. Look where it's heading.
Hook, line,
Great
and
read.
sinker.
Great read here.
Yeah, Paperx have taken the bait. And enough time will pass here where they have a chance to at least get back on, as long as KC are quick about this plan. Yeah, finally coming through. An open plant towards Mound. And plenty of opportunities. Shin now in a position to play spoiler.
Allah.
A glance from something, but not noted.
4 through door, though. That's a lot of players there. Martin this time in the position Magnum was in before, but again, they don't have the weaponry to really close this down. You can see that late look does get handled, but they've had no success elsewhere. I'm just eyeing up Monye. Hold on, I'm eyeing up Monye. What is this man up to? He's got to beat Martin, and he's got to do it fast. Yeah, absolutely not. What is the plan here? There's no time for this. This feels...
Wait. Is there time for this? No, it's not.
No.
Close, but no cigar. Yeah, not even. I thought it was way more than that.
I know.
I was like, yeah, no, he's like a second off here. Huh?
Ada.
KC find 11 though.
Bloody hell,
yeah.
What a game. This is... Got a little close, didn't it?
Yeah. A little touch and go. I mean, if anything else happens here and it's Martin to fall first, then actually that divide pays off.
Right. Go back in, this time with a buy though. Just coming out for Paperx, but still, it's sticking the landing. That's been the hard part. TP gets taken and committed to, so you're going to have Shin towards CT. He can confirm site's clear. Just got to be careful over towards that waterfall side. Seeker's going to come through as the answer as well. So Plant going to be going down uncontested.
Pressure's going to be coming back from Spawn here. The paranoia a little off kilter. And Shin will punish. Second touch is beautiful, but he's found it!
Shin is just unleashing. Oh, that's stunning from Shin. 3 back-to-back. Full control in CT. He fancied a bit more, didn't he? But something going to quell that aggression. Puts him into a 3v2, but again, they don't have step to side. They don't have the ability to clear these deeper position players. And I wonder if Magda might have caught an audio cue or two there. But still, this is looking like 12. Carmine Court. Maybe giving us a game here. Hoping map 3 could be that highlight between these two. As Narrate does take away Mind Freak. There's just no mercy in these players. After map 1, after what was being done to them, they've come back with an answer.
But a much more convincing map victory, it will feel like as well.
Yes.
I mean, Eng saying, you know, yeah, you don't know what to do. We don't know what to do versus a team like this. We've never been tested like this. To still come out of map 1 with a 13-10 and then play like this on Lotus. You've got to be feeling fantastic.
Puts faith back in the system, doesn't it? Stepping up to the plate here. This map, you could argue, was one of the crowning jewels of their map pool throughout regular play, but still, actually might get a bit of a fight here. First time we're seeing a bit more pressure put in by PaperX over towards this rubble side. So Carmine Core may not get the complete run of the house. They absolutely don't. Forsaken going to take down Shin. Not going to get the follow. Oh my god, there's a lot of players. Only going to get
so
one.
much damage.
But he can't make it away. Martin, yes, left low. Narrate down low. And something is behind them. Martin, excellent work from him. Heads up work from Martin. And now there was one. Monye with a judge and 3 players.
Yeah, not going to get played in either.
No.
Have to try and recover a weapon here. Fully reset for the 1v3 elsewhere.
Sengaja nih bertiga nih settingan dengar.
Yeah, Martin down to 56, Narrate on 42. Definitely a chance. I mean, he's got the right read on this as well. He's going to be in a position pretty close by when this plant does come through.
Yeah, he's not a million miles away. That doesn't really help matters for him.
No, he's going to be on the outside of it, though. Oh my god. Where did that just go?
I don't know, but Monye's got him played in here. That's a freebie! And now there's problem. Oh, Martin!
Gila ya, ini udah ini cuy.
He just got a grip on him
Udah nongol belum keluar.
because there was a window of chance, Mike. But 13-6. Carmine Core are in the server. We might actually have a game on our hands. I want this to go to the distance. I want it to be a damn good map.
Ya, kayak
I think we definitely do, Lauren. I mean,